Chapter 21:14. Ling Mayu had long determined that Ling Xiao was timid and would never dare to come back. But Ling Xiao actually came back before the awards ceremony, which made her very unhappy. Why wouldn't I dare to come back? Why can't I come back? I didn't do anything wrong, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Then, he looked around but did not find Ling Jiaojiao and Little Fifth. He could not help but frown and look directly at Ling Yuhua. Old man, you went back on your words. Do you not want those things anymore? Ling Yuhua did not care that Ling Xiao was so rude to him. He asked directly, did you really do it? Nonsense, if I didn't do it, if I came back, wouldn't I be cut into pieces by you? Ling Xiao had improved his strength this time and was more confident than before. Although he was definitely not this old thing's opponent, he was confident that he could escape. Good, very good. After I give out the award, let's go to my study room to talk. Ling Yuhua was very excited. Other things did not seem to matter. As long as Ling Xiao could successfully refine the medicinal pills he requested, then their Ling family would inevitably become powerful quickly. Qin family and other families in Yuhua town would be suppressed. Wait, you haven't answered my question yet. Ling Zhao's tone was a bit cold. Don't worry, Jiao Jiao just killed Ling Wansui and said some nonsense, so she faced the wall to reflect. As for your servant, Little Fifth, he was arranged to work in the small courtyard of Bay. It's much more lively there, and the food is good. After all, no one has lived in your small courtyard for a long time. It's too hard for him to work alone. Ling Yuhua tried to make his smile as gentle as possible and said with a smile. This scene caused everyone to be somewhat stunned. When did the domineering and ruthless Ling family patriarch, Ling Yuhua, become so polite to such a kid? They could not understand. Okay, bring the two of them to see me. Ling Xiao stared at Ling Yuhua and said, Ling Xiao, don't go too far. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of the patriarch? Ling Mayu angrily rebuked. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you be noisy in front of me? Scram to the side. Ling Xiao suddenly glared at Ling Moyu. Ling Moyu was so scared that he retreated a few steps and almost fell down from the ring. In terms of aura, martial artists who had entered Samsara were truly much more valiant than ordinary martial artists. Old man, I don't ask for much. I just want you to bring the two of them out. Seeing that they're fine, I'll give them to you immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Everyone, today's annual meeting will end here. You may leave now. Ling Yuhua frowned and cupped his hands at the guests today. His voice was laced with menace. Therefore, many people who came to watch the show turned around and left. They did not dare to stay any longer. They had heard of Ling Yuhua's reputation. He was someone who dared to kill at the slightest provocation. He was truly cruel and heartless. In the blink of an eye, most of the people had left. Only the Ling family and a few people from the Qin family were still there. Everyone from the Qin family, please leave as well. Next will be our family matters. Ling Yuhua said, let's go. It's better not to interfere in other people's family matters. Chen Kuan's father, Chen Ran, wanted to stay and see what exactly was going on. He wanted to know what exactly Ling Xiao had in his hands that could make Ling Yuhua hesitate. However, he had no choice. He had to leave. Otherwise, if Ling Yuhua, that old man, really got angry, it would be troublesome. As for what would happen next, he did not have to worry. Anyway, they had arranged a spy in the Ling family. Whatever happened here, they would know about it very soon. After Chen Ran, Chen Kuan, and the rest left, Ling Yuhua then asked someone to bring Ling Jiaojiao and Little Fifth over. Ling Jiaojiao was fine. After seeing Ling Xiao, she excitedly pounced on him like a girl who saw her lover. However, that Little Fifth was in serious trouble. Little Fifth was carried over. It seemed that her legs were already crippled. Moreover, there were many whip injuries on her body. Ling Zhao's face instantly turned cold. He glanced at Ling Jiaojiao. Ling Jiaojiao suddenly cried. I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of her. This order was given by my father. They forcefully arranged for Little Fifth to stay in my brother's courtyard. I've been grounded. Other than cultivating, I can't do anything else. It's all my fault. Forget it. It has nothing to do with you. Ling Xiao would not randomly blame others. Ling Jiaojiao really could not do anything about this. Even if he wanted to blame someone, he should blame Ling Tianxiong and Ling Bei. Who did this? His voice was very cold as he stared at Ling Yuhua. It's just a servant. Is there a need for you to be so angry? If it really doesn't work, I'll find you a more capable one. Ling Yuhua did not want to make a big deal out of this. However, he did not know that his words made Ling Xiao even angrier. Find another one? If your clothes are ruined, you can change. If your limbs are broken, can you change them? I'm asking who did it. Don't tell me that you, as the clan leader, can't even find out such a small thing. Ling Xiao looked at Little Fifth and was really angry. They did not even let off a servant. This Ling family was really crazy. Hee, young Master Ling Xiao, don't be angry. When Little Fifth was working in young Master Bei's courtyard, her hands and feet were not clean. She stole something and tried to escape. That's why she was broken by me. A chubby warrior stood out. Ling Xiao recognized him. He was from Ling Tianxiong's family. He was the housekeeper of Ling Bei's courtyard. This person dared to stand out because he was sure that Ling Xiao would definitely not dare to do anything to him in front of so many people. Moreover, his cultivation was not weak. He was at the third grotto heaven realm. He was there to protect Ling Bei. He looked at Ling Xiao. Although there was a smile on his face, there was a hint of mockery between his brows. It seemed to mean that he was the one who did it. What could he do about it? What answered him was a ray of sword light. A ray of sword light that was brighter than the stars. When the sword came out, the legs were broken. The chubby housekeeper's legs were cut off. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Ah! After being stunned for a moment, the chubby housekeeper let out a hysterical scream. The entire Ling family's martial arts arena was in a state of trembling. You broke my Little Fifth's legs. You didn't kill him. I don't want your life either. Your legs will be used to repay your debt. Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded. Then he walked to Little Fifth and helped him take a healing pill. Then he used his own internal energy to help him recover. Although Little Fifth was injured all over and his legs were broken, these were all hard injuries. It was not difficult to treat them. When he was about to heal Little Fifth's injuries, many people finally reacted. The first to rush out was Ling Tianxiong. Chapter 21:15. Ling Tianxiong wanted to kill Ling Xiao to avenge the fat butler. However, when he rushed out, he was stopped by Ling Yuhua. Enough! This old man knows what to do about this matter. Why don't you take the butler to treat his injuries? If it's a little later, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. Ling Yuhua said coldly. Father, why do you indulge this kid so much? Ling Tianxiong roared. I indulge him? What your adopted son Ling Wansui has done, don't you have any idea in your heart? Ling Yuhua actually knew everything, but he acquiesced to Ling Tianxiong's nonsense. He did not expect Ling Tianxiong to question him today. It was ridiculous. Ling Tianxiong was stunned for a moment, and immediately a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He turned back and roared, Let's go. Taking the fat butler, Ling Tianxiong, Ling Bei, and the others hurriedly left. Ling Yuhua looked at Ling Xiao angrily and said, Is it okay now? You've avenged him. You won't find another reason, right? Of course not. Ling Xiao said lightly. Ling Jiaojiao is not guilty of killing Ling Wansui. She's qualified to fight with Ling Mayu. Do you think she can win against Mayu? Ling Yuhua frowned. Whether she can win or not, we'll know after the fight. Ling Xiao did not know if Ling Jiaojiao could win, but it was always depressing to be deprived of an opportunity for no reason. When he participated in the White Tiger meet, he encountered such a thing. Today, he would not let Ling Jiaojiao suffer the same grievance. Okay. Ling Yuhua nodded and said, Grandfather, I also have a request. Ling Mayu suddenly said, You have a request too? Ling Yuhua frowned and said, Say it. Mayu hopes that Ling Xiao will fight with me like a man. What he said before, he won't go back on his words, right? Ling Mayu said while looking at Ling Xiao. Today's annual meeting should have belonged to her alone, but unfortunately, it was completely taken away by Ling Xiao. This made her very unhappy. She wanted to regain her face. Of course, what I said counts, but Ling Mo, I'm afraid you can't even win against Ling Jiaojiao, whom I pointed out, so what makes you think you can win against me? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Arrogant. Then I'll fight you after I defeat Ling Jiaojiao. Let's see what excuses you have then, Ling Mayu said angrily. Ling Xiao actually said that she was no match for Ling Jiaojiao. She couldn't take it anymore. Ling Jiaojiao was nothing. She had watched her grow up and was always under her feet. How could she win against her? I don't need an excuse. If you win against Ling Jiaojiao, I'll fight you, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Of course, if you lose, you can also fight. I will accompany you at any time. You're Ling Xiao, right? Suddenly, Ling Jian stood up from below the stage and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. As long as you're not deaf, you shouldn't need to ask this question, Ling Xiao said indifferently. As expected, extremely arrogant. Ling Jian said coldly. You said Ling Jiaojiao can defeat Ling Mayu. Why don't we make a bet? Bet? I like it, but what kind of bet? Ling Xiao asked. It's very simple. If Ling Mayu defeats Ling Jiaojiao, you'll be at Uncle's disposal. Ling Jian obviously wanted Ling Tianxiong to owe him a favor. This kid probably believed that he would be the future patriarch and began to lay out his connections now. Okay, then what if Ling Mayu loses? Ling Xiao asked. You state your conditions. Ling Jian said. How about this? If Ling Mayu loses to Ling Jiaojiao, then I hope Patriarch can let me walk around the martial arts hall for 2 hours. How about it? Ling Zhao's goal was the seal of immortality. He believed that the martial arts of the most powerful immortality palace in the Black Tortoise continent would definitely not be ordinary. This seal of immortality might become a very powerful cultivation or combat method in the future. It wouldn't be wrong to take it and have a look. That's not something I can decide. Ling Jian frowned and said, Then why are you so arrogant? I only need this one condition. If it's not possible, then forget it. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, This old man will promise you on his behalf. Ling Yuhua suddenly said, Ling Jian was his most valued successor. Ling Jian's matter was his matter. He didn't want his most valued successor to lose face in front of Ling Xiao. Thank you, grandfather. Ling Jian let out a breath of relief. Grandfather was still the best to him and didn't let him lose face. If so, then let's begin. Jiaojiao, come over here for a moment. Ling Xiao wasn't sure if Ling Jiaojiao could win against Ling Mayu, so he had to do something. What's wrong, brother? Ling Jiaojiao had already treated Ling Xiao as her own brother, so she didn't feel anything wrong when she called out. Ling Xiao gently placed his hand on Ling Jiaojiao's shoulder and silently circulated his soul force. Secret art, frost armor. From the storage ring on his hand, a blue light inadvertently entered Ling Jiaojiao's body from his hand. This blue light, of course, belonged to the sword of secret art. Although he couldn't put the sword of secret art into the storage ring, the sword of secret art could go in by itself. Xindian was still a reasonable girl. After listening to his explanation, she chose to enter the storage ring to avoid causing more serious trouble. The blue light on Ling Jiaojiao's body was a secret art that had yet to be released. This secret art contained Ling Zhao's soul force. It would only be released at a critical moment. If Ling Jiaojiao really wasn't Ling Mayu's opponent, this secret art could play a key role. This could also be considered a trump card. If he didn't bet, he wouldn't do this. But since he had a bet with Ling Jian, then don't blame him for being sinister. In fact, he wasn't the only one who had some tricks. Ling Jian also gave Ling Mayu a pill, saying that it was from the 7-star sword palace. After taking it, it could double one's combat strength for a short period of time. It would come in handy at a critical moment. Ling Mayu originally didn't intend to take it because she didn't believe that Ling Jiaojiao could bring any threat to her. But after thinking about it, she finally put the pill into the storage ring. Come on, sister. It's really rare for you to be able to reach this step with Thousand Mountain Storm Sword. It just so happens that I also know this sword technique. I'll let you see that the Thousand Mountain Storm Sword, used by different people, is completely different. Compared to me, you're still far behind. Ling Mayu looked at Ling Jiaojiao and was very angry. It was as if her toy had been snatched away by others. She was very unhappy. Originally, Ling Jiaojiao was a good girl that she had always controlled. But now, she had become Ling Zhao's person. Sister, you should use other martial skills. Thousand Mountain Storm Sword is not as good as mine. Ling Jiaojiao said indifferently. I didn't expect that you would be infected with his arrogant habits by following him. You're simply overestimating yourself. Ling Mayu snorted coldly and suddenly burst out the terrifying aura of the fourth grotto heaven realm. Then, the shadow of a sword appeared behind her. At the same time, there was also a long sword in her hand. Where the long sword pointed, the wind suddenly blew. In the sky, there was actually a faint shadow of dark clouds. It seemed that a torrential rain was coming. Defeat. Chapter 21:16. It had to be said that Ling Mayu's Thousand Mountain Wind and Rain Sword was quite good. With the cultivation of the fourth heavenly insight realm, even if she used a low-level gold-grade sword skill, it was still powerful. But a low-level gold-grade sword skill was still a low-level gold-grade sword skill. Compared to a low-level jade-grade sword skill, the power was too far away. Moreover, Ling Mayu's Thousand Mountain Wind and Rain Sword had only been cultivated to the proficient level. But Ling Jiaojiao's Thousand Mountain Wind and Rain Sword had been cultivated to the perfection level, only one step away from the perfection level. The gap between the two was definitely much greater than the gap between the cultivation levels of the same level. Seeing Ling Mayu's long sword coming, Ling Jiaojiao's face was expressionless, and the long sword in her hand also stabbed out at the same time. Using your own weakness to attack others' strength, Sister Mayu, you've already lost your mind. While speaking, the long sword in Ling Jiaojiao's hand had transformed into countless sword shadows, like a storm. Not only did it cover Ling Mayu's vision, but it also covered her own figure. Is this really Thousand Mountain Wind and Rain Sword? Jiaojiao is so young, but she can cultivate a low-level gold-grade sword skill to such a degree of perfection, it's too rare. Ling Jian could not help but exclaim. People who used swords understood the ingenuity of Ling Jiaojiao's sword skill the best. Swords were used to kill, not to fight head-on. Therefore, Ling Jiaojiao's sword would not touch Ling Mayu's sword, because Ling Mayu's cultivation level was higher than hers, so her internal force was more vigorous than hers, and she would be at a disadvantage if they touched. Puff. A touch of dark red appeared on the tip of the sword. Ling Mayu's figure retreated rapidly. However, Ling Jiaojiao's figure was like a ghost, always entangling her. I said earlier, in terms of Thousand Mountain Wind and Rain Sword, Sister Mayu, you're really not as good as me. Originally, you could have won this duel, but you overestimated yourself. Using your weakness to attack my strength, if you don't lose, even the heavens won't tolerate it. Ling Jiaojiao's voice came from the void, as if it came from all directions, making Ling Mayu unable to determine the exact location. If there was a gap of several realms, then Ling Mayu might have a chance to turn the tables. But in fact, she was only one realm higher than Ling Jiaojiao. One was the third heavenly insight realm, and the other was the fourth heavenly insight realm. Once Ling Jiaojiao gained the upper hand, there would be no way to reverse the situation. I didn't expect Jiaojia to be such a genius. I'm afraid his Thousand Mountain Storm Sword already has the power of a jade-grade sword skill. Even if Imoyu loses, it's normal. Ling Yuhua narrowed his eyes and suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. It seemed that Ling Xiao had said that Ling Jiaojiao's swordsmanship was taught by him. If this was true, this Ling Xiao was probably a rare genius before he reincarnated. Most likely, he would have broken through to the rebirth realm by the time he was 30. He thought that his guess was already very optimistic about Ling Xiao. Little did he know that Ling Xiao had already broken through to the rebirth realm when he was 18 years old. If he knew the truth, he would definitely not treat Ling Xiao like that. He couldn't wait to curry favor with them, so how could he offend them? Could this be his doing again? The elder on duty was also sitting in the referee's seat. In the past, when Ling Xiao had chosen the falling star sword technique, he had said that Ling Xiao was useless and could not be nurtured. But later, Ling Xiao defeated Ling Wansui with the falling star sword art, which made him quite surprised. Unfortunately, he didn't see that battle with his own eyes, so he didn't know whether it was true or not. Until today, when he saw Ling Jiaojiao use the Thousand Mountain Storm Sword, he suddenly understood everything. Not only was this Ling Xiao not a so-called mud, but he was also a true genius. This level of genius was not something the people of Yuhua Town could compare with. Unfortunately, if he had treated this Ling Xiao better earlier, the future of Yuhua Town's Ling family would be limitless. Now, it was really too late. Everything was too late. This child's heart was probably filled with hatred. He sighed helplessly and decided to talk to Ling Xiao after this matter. At this time, the situation on the stage suddenly changed. Ling Mayu, who had been suppressed by Ling Jiaojiao to the point that she couldn't make a move, suddenly increased her strength. She unleashed all of her low-tier Jade grade sword skills as she unleashed her terrifying power. It was the Jade Wind Sword Art from Linglong Palace. Ling Jiaojiao was finally forced to retreat. A touch of regret appeared on her face. She didn't defeat Ling Mayu before, so she probably wouldn't have a chance later. For some reason, Ling Mayu's battle strength suddenly doubled, which made her Thousand Mountain Storm Sword unable to suppress her. But she didn't want to lose. Ling Xiao and Ling Jian must have a reason for the bet. He helped me so much, I absolutely can't let him lose this bet. No matter what, I have to win. Ling Jiaojiao clenched her teeth, regardless of the sword wounds on her body, and decided to fight to the death. Although she knew that there was another reason for her opponent to suddenly become strong, no matter what the reason was, no one would uphold justice for her. This family was like this. She had seen through it. Only Ling Xiao was sincerely good to her. Even if she died, she would win for Ling Xiao. You dare to hurt me. You bastard who doesn't have a mother to teach you. You dare to hurt me. I'll kill you. Ling Mayu roared like a madman. She had completely lost her usual demeanor. From a high and mighty young lady, she had become a completely crazy woman. This was not only because of anger, but also because of the side effects of the pill Ling Jian gave her. Jade Wind Sword Art. Kill. When she used this sword art, Ling Mayu's body was covered with a faint white jade luster. Even the nearby wind seemed to have turned into jade swords. In the void, hundreds of jade swords were aimed at Ling Jiaojiao, clearly wanting to pierce Ling Jiaojiao into a sieve. Ling Xiao, you see, this is the woman you want to protect. You can't protect her. Ling Mayu really went crazy. That crazed look made many of the spectators in the Ling family tremble with fear. Ling Jiaojiao stood there, without fear on her face. She knew she would lose, but even if she lost, she would not shrink back. Even if she died, she would drag Ling Mayu down with her. This was a swordsman with an unconventional sword. Thousand Mountain Wind and Rain Sword, Wind and Rain Return. This was the most terrible move of the Thousand Mountain Wind and Rain Sword, and it was also a move to perish together, sacrificing one's own life, at the same time seriously injuring or even killing the enemy. Ling Jiaojiao couldn't think of any other way. She could only use this move to resist Ling Mayu's attack. Jiaojiao, there is no need for that. Concentrate on resisting with the regular sword art and look for opportunities to attack. You will win. Just when she was ready to cut off all means of retreat and fight to the death, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. She could confirm that it was Ling Xiao's voice. It could be directly transmitted into her mind, which made her shocked by how terrible Ling Xiao's soul force was. Chapter 21:17. Although she was incomparably shocked by Ling Xiao's soul force, but at this very moment, Ling Jiaojiao did not have time to sigh with emotion and respect. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, out of trust, she gave up on the mutual destruction move. She only used the ordinary move of the Thousand Mountain Storm Sword, preparing to resist. What a pity. Miss Jiaojiao is also considered a genius. But today's genius will probably be seriously injured even if she doesn't die. Yeah, she injured elder sister Mou, an already thoroughly infuriated elder sister Mou. Even if elder sister Mou doesn't kill her, I'm afraid she'll cripple her. Ling Jiaojiao, admit defeat. Ling Yuhua's voice sounded, but the stubborn Ling Jiaojiao just shook her head. She only believed Ling Xiao's words. She actually refuses to admit defeat? Is this courting death? Ling Jian was also stunned. He originally thought that Ling Jiaojiao's brain was good, but did not expect that she was a fool. Grandpa, could it be that Ling Xiao playing tricks? I'll go up and bring Jiaojiao down. With her, plus Mou, Ling Yin, and me, the four of us are enough to suppress the Chen family. Ling Jian looked at Ling Yuhua and said. Ling Yuhua nodded. Ling Jian tore through the air, attempting to end this battle. Ling Jiaojiao, you've already lost. Get down. At the same time Ling Jian flew up, a sword slashed towards the arena where Ling Jiaojiao was standing. This Yuhua town's arena naturally could not compare to the arena at the White Tiger Storm meet. As long as his sword landed, it would definitely shatter. At that time, Ling Jiaojiao would fall from the arena, and she would be saved. But at the critical moment, a sword light flew past like a meteor, deflecting his sword chi by an inch. His sword chi only landed on the ground and did not hit the stage. Ling Xiao, what are you trying to do? Ling Jian said angrily. Shouldn't I be the one asking this? The battle hasn't ended yet. On what basis are you so sure that Ling Jiaojiao will undoubtedly lose? Don't forget, you still have a bet with me. Interfering in this battle without permission can be considered your loss. Ling Xiao said coldly. Idiot, could it be that you think Ling Jiaojiao still has a chance of winning? Ling Jin scolded. You're the idiot who can't see the situation clearly. What a joke. While speaking, Ling Xiao silently circulated his soul force. A layer of frost armor appeared on Ling Jiaojiao's body. In that instant, all the jade swords approaching Ling Jiaojiao actually became incomparably slow. Their speed had dropped by almost 70 to 80%. Ling Jiaojiao was stunned. In just a short moment, he suddenly struck out with his sword and instantly sent all the jade swords flying. Then, his figure flashed and arrived in front of Ling Mou. Sister, you've lost this battle. She kicked out her foot. Ling Mou, who had taken a pill to forcibly increase his combat strength, was now in a state of exhaustion after using such a powerful move. In the end, he was easily sent flying by Ling Jiaojiao's kick and fell onto the stage. Due to his anger and the reverse flow of his qi and blood, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The situation of the battle was instantly reversed, and the people who were watching the show were all dumbfounded. Even Ling Yuhua and Ling Jian were stunned. He thought that Ling Jiaojiao would definitely lose, or even die, but in the end, Ling Jiaojiao won easily. The one who fainted was Ling Mou. Because this result was really too shocking, the entire martial arts practice field actually fell into a dead silence. Quickly help Mou back to heal. Ling Jian came back to his senses and shouted loudly. Like Ling Yuhua, Ling Jian usually doted on his sister the most, and that was Ling Mou. This was not only because Ling Mou was his sister, but also because Ling Mou was talented and intelligent, and she respected him very much. She also joined Ling Long Palace, and was the pride of the entire Ling family. Watching people carry Ling Mou away, Ling Jian glared at Ling Jiaojiao. I'm going to kill you. They were both sisters, but Ling Jiaojiao was only a cousin, and a cousin that was not valued by the family. Of course, he would not care. If you want to kill her, you have to pass through me first. Ling Xiao walked to the stage and stood in front of Ling Jiaojiao. He looked at Ling Jian coldly and said, Ling Mou lost because she thought she was infallible, and because the side effects of the pill you gave her were too great. But you inverted black and white, and want to seek revenge on Jiaojiao. What's the reason? It won't be too late to kill her after killing you. Ling Jian would not put Ling Xiao in his eyes, and raised his hand to attack. Bastard! Injuries in a competition are unavoidable. You want to kill your own family too? Ling Yuhua finally opened his mouth. He did not feel sorry for Ling Jiaojiao, nor did he really want to reprimand Ling Jian. It was just that Ling Xiao was related to the rise of the Ling family, and he absolutely could not let Ling Jian kill Ling Xiao. Grandfather, don't say any more. Go take care of your sister. Jiaojiao's attack was not heavy. She should be fine. Ling Yuhua waved his hand. Ling Jian was helpless. He glared fiercely at Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao, and then left. Are you satisfied now? After Ling Jian left, Ling Yuhua looked at Ling Xiao, and his expression was not very good. The rest of the Ling family also looked at Ling Xiao. They did not know what this man did to let Ling Jiaojiao, who had no chance of defeating Ling Mou, win. Was this still the unknown child who had always been bullied by others? Ling Tai actually had such an outstanding son? They were too shocked. When they recalled the words that they said to Ling Xiao and the things that they did, they actually had some indescribable fear in the depths of their hearts. However, Ling Xiao ignored them and looked at Ling Yuhua. Satisfied, of course, I am satisfied. But this is the result that Jiao Jiao won for me with her own ability, and it was not bestowed by you. Now, can Jiao Jiao and I head to the martial arts hall? Ling Xiao asked proudly. He didn't need to be grateful to Ling Yuhua. Everything was won by his own ability. It was not given to him by someone else. From today onwards, he believed that no one in the Ling family would dare to look down on him, Ling Xiao. He wanted to take control of this weak clan step by step and make these people his slaves. This should be more valuable and more satisfying than killing them. Ling Yuhua looked at Ling Xiao, and his gloomy face became even more unsightly. To be honest, he really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but reason told him that Ling Xiao was very important to him and the Ling family. He must not kill him. It would be a pity to kill him. However, at this moment, a dazzling sword light pierced through the void. Accompanying this sword light was an angry roar. Those who dare to kill my mystic snake demon sect's disciple, die. The snake sword light was like a black snake that shot towards Ling Jiaojiao. This scene was too shocking. No one expected that someone from the mystic snake demon sect would stay in the Ling family and attack Ling Jiaojiao, because Ling Wansui was killed. Even Ling Xiao was surprised. This person from the mystic snake demon sect was much stronger than Ling Wansui. Although he had not reached the Yin-Yang realm, he was already a 10th Grotto Heaven realm expert. He should be an outer sect trainer of the mystic snake demon sect. The most likely person was Ling Wansui's master. Chapter 21:18. The mystic snake demon sect's expert suddenly launched a sneak attack on Ling Jiaojiao. At this moment, Ling Jiaojiao could be said to be in extreme danger. Even if Ling Yuhua wanted to stop it, it was already too late. He was relatively far away from Ling Jiaojiao, and that person was obviously waiting to launch a sneak attack. His movements were too fast. If there was anyone who could save Ling Jiaojiao, it would be Ling Xiao alone. But how could Ling Xiao be this person's opponent? Many people thought that Ling Jiaojiao was taught by Ling Xiao. If Ling Jiaojiao could defeat Ling Mayu, then Ling Xiao's strength shouldn't be too weak. Even so, it was a bit too naive to let Ling Xiao face a 10th Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse. This attack would either kill Ling Jiaojiao, or Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao would die together. It could only be one of these two results. They really didn't believe that Ling Xiao would die for such a woman who wasn't related to him by blood. Humph, Ling Xiao talks so nicely, but when it comes to a crisis, I'm afraid he'll just stand by and watch. Yes, this is a typical hypocrite. There was a burst of discussion from the crowd, and that black sword light had already arrived. Ling Jiaojiao was obviously a little frightened at this time. She wasn't afraid of death, but of being ruthlessly abandoned again, and of the crowd's discussion becoming reality. But she also didn't want Ling Xiao to save her, because she was afraid that Ling Xiao would really be stupid to save her. What if he was beaten to death? Just when she was in a dilemma, a warm hand gently grabbed her and whispered 2 words in her ear, "Don't worry." Then, she saw a sword light as bright as a star flickering and exploding in front of her. Boom! The starlight hit the black snake, and Ling Xiao was directly sent flying dozens of meters away. He slammed heavily on the wall, causing the thick wall to collapse. But that terrifying black snake sword light was also completely destroyed. Ling Jiaojiao was excited and pained. What made him excited was that Ling Xiao was actually willing to block this terrifying attack for him. What was painful was that Ling Xiao had been sent flying. Most likely, he was not as ferocious as before. She screamed and rushed to where Ling Xiao had fallen, hoping to check on Ling Xiao's condition. However, a cold wind blew from behind. When the Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner realized that he had failed to kill Ling Jiaojiao with one strike, he actually attacked again. It seemed that he would not give up until he killed Ling Jiaojiao today. That's enough, mysterious snake envoy. You've already killed one of our Ling clan's men. Do you still want to kill more? Ling Yuhua finally stood in front of that person with an ugly expression. He was very afraid of the Black Snake Demon Sect, but he couldn't just stand by and watch the Black Snake Demon Sect kill the Ling family's people. Get lost, Ling Yuhua. If she doesn't die, your entire Ling clan will be buried with her. The Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner roared. Ling Wansui may only be an outer sect disciple, but since he joined our Black Snake Demon Sect, he's one of us. Whoever kills him must die. Originally, when Ling Wansui was killed by Ling Jiaojiao, he had already planned to make a move. However, the series of events that happened later made him feel that it was very interesting, so he continued to watch. He hoped that Ling Mayu could kill Ling Jiaojiao, so that he wouldn't have to make a move. After all, offending Ling Yuhua, a yin-yang realm martial practitioner, wasn't a wise move. However, he didn't expect that Ling Jiaojiao would actually defeat Ling Mayu and become the champion. How could he let go of his face? He had no choice but to make a move. Mysterious snake envoy, you've gone too far, Ling Yuhua said with a gloomy expression. Ling Yuhua, I know that you're very strong. However, in the eyes of the Black Snake Demon Sect, you're just an insignificant ant. Don't forget that your entire state of Chun isn't worth mentioning in the eyes of the Black Snake Demon Sect, let alone you. The Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner sneered. I advise you to be smart. Abandon this woman, and you can save your entire Ling family. My Black Snake Demon Sect might even choose talents from your Ling family. Ling Yuhua clenched his fists tightly, but after a moment, he completely relaxed them. He actually chose to avoid it. Jiao, I already told you not to kill Ling Wansui, but you didn't listen. Now that you've caused a disaster, although Grandpa isn't willing, I can only abandon you. Ling Yuhua sighed. Ling Jiao didn't expect him to save her at all, but she still had a little bit of hope. Unfortunately, Ling Yuhua's words caused this girl to completely lose her final attachment to this family. She suddenly turned to look at the Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner and said, Come, kill me. Anyway, Ling Xiao is dead. There's no point in me living anymore. Come. No one noticed that Ling Xiao, who was lying there, had a sinister sneer on his face. The Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner's attack was indeed very strong, but it was only enough to kill Ling Jiaojiao. For him, who had the mystic world body, it didn't cause much damage. He had been looking for an opportunity to drag the Ling family down with him. Today, he finally found it. As long as he killed this Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner, the entire Ling family would have to stand on the same boat as him. Otherwise, everyone would die. He didn't stand up. Instead, he released his Gemini martial souls and quietly moved behind the Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner. The difference in cultivation between the two was indeed very large. However, in a sneak attack, as long as he could break the opponent's defense, he could kill the opponent. This had nothing to do with strength. Ha ha ha, Ling Yuhua, you're indeed sensible. I'll report this to the sect master. In the future, your Ling family will benefit from this. The Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner was very satisfied with Ling Yuhua's attitude. To be honest, the only person he feared in the entire Ling family was this old man. Now that he had dealt with this old man, he no longer had any qualms about killing Ling Jiaojiao. As for the brat he had blasted away, he was probably already dead. He didn't care at all. Little girl, if you agree to join my Black Snake Demon Sect, I can spare your life. Without any sense of urgency, the Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner began to have other thoughts. Since Ling Wansui was already dead, and the dead couldn't be resurrected, then in order to better report to the Black Snake Demon Sect, recruiting an outer sect disciple with better aptitude than Ling Wansui was definitely a meritorious service. He's dead, and my heart is dead with him. Either you kill him, or I'll kill you. Ling Jiaojiao looked at the Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner and walked over step by step with her long sword in hand. She knew that she wasn't a match for him, but in order to avenge Ling Xiao, she wasn't afraid. Ling Xiao could die to protect her. Why couldn't she die to avenge Ling Xiao? It seems like you still don't know how powerful our Black Snake Demon Sect is. The Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner looked coldly at Ling Jiaojiao. Since you're so stubborn, then die. Chapter 21:19. The Mystic Snake Demon Sect cultivator looked at Ling Jiaojiao with disdain, as if he could already see her head being crushed. However, a cold and sinister feeling suddenly pierced his throat. What? The Mystic Snake Demon Sect cultivator never expected that someone from the Ling family would dare to ambush him. This sword was silent, like a ghost, piercing into his throat. One sword. The mystic snake demon sect's 10th Grotto Heaven realm cultivator was dead. Although this killing was a little sinister and not honorable enough, Ling Chun was still confident in his strength. However, with Ling Zhao's current strength, it was basically impossible for him to kill such an expert in broad daylight, even if he used the night demon flower. Moreover, if this mystic snake demon sect cultivator could ambush Ling Zhaojiao, why couldn't he ambush this guy? Sheathing his sword, Ling Xiao was not as agitated as expected. It was probably because he had killed too many cultivators of this level in the past. However, this scene left everyone in the Ling family dumbfounded, especially Ling Yuhua. He had long lost his usual composure. His eyes were filled with panic. A mystic snake demon sect cultivator being killed was a big deal. It was disgraceful. This was even more frightening than the death of the Chen Kingdom's prince. Ling Xiao, you're crazy. Ling Yuhua roared. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. Your own granddaughter was attacked, but you're not willing to help. You're really heartless. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Ling Yuhua. All right, you don't have to be so flustered. It's just an outer sect trainer. I believe the mystic snake demon sect won't care too much about it. You make it sound so easy. Do you believe that I won't hand you over to the mystic snake demon sect? As Ling Yuhua spoke, his aura surged. The strength of a yin-yang realm cultivator was truly powerful. He wanted to scare Ling Xiao, but it was useless. Ling Xiao was a cultivator who had reincarnated. What had he not seen? How could he care about the pressure of a yin-yang realm cultivator? Hand me over? You have to think this through. You know very well how the mystic snake devil sect does things. If one of their people dies here, it won't be resolved just by handing over the murderer. The biggest possibility is that the Ling family will be exterminated. Ling Zhao's voice was very calm, but it crashed into everyone's hearts like thunder. This was because what he said was true. The mystic snake devil sect had always done things this way. There were definitely more than one or two examples like this. After a long time, Ling Yuhua took a deep breath and said, "Nobody is allowed to reveal half a word about what happened here today. Whoever dares to speak will be killed without mercy." Yes, everyone agreed. This was a matter that concerned the safety of the Ling family, so no one dared to act recklessly. Very well, you can all disperse. Go do what you need to do. Ling Xiao, come with me. Ling Yuhua no longer dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. Although it was a sneak attack, to be able to launch a sneak attack under such circumstances and kill a 10th Heavenly Passage realm martial artist, this brat was too terrifying. If he wanted to kill Ling Yuhua, it was not impossible. Zhaojiao, please take care of little fifth. I'll be back soon. Ling Xiao said to Ling Zhaojiao. Don't worry, little brother. I know. This time, even if I lose my life, I won't let anything happen to little fifth. After what happened just now, Ling Zhaojiao finally decided to follow Ling Xiao wholeheartedly. Actually, the reason was very simple. In such a dangerous situation, even her yin-yang realm grandfather abandoned her. However, Ling Xiao stood up for her. Although the sneak attack was successful, if it had failed, it would definitely have been death. There was no possibility of survival at all. Ling Xiao risked his life to save her. How could she not repay him with her life? I believe you. Ling Xiao smiled and followed Ling Yuhua to his residence. No one noticed that in the Ling clan's courtyard, there was a sneaky guy who sneaked out. Hee, the Emergence Black Suppressing Snake Envoy has been killed. From now on, the Emergence Town has no owner. If I inform the Qin clan of this news, the reward this time will definitely be greater. He chuckled and quickly disappeared from the long street. On the other side, at Ling Yuhua's residence, Ling Xiao took out all the elixirs that he promised Ling Yuhua. After Ling Yuhua let Lao He do a check, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems like you are much more powerful than we imagined. I'm afraid my Ling clan's small place can no longer accommodate you. Clan head, are you chasing me away? Ling Xiao smiled and asked. As soon as he finished his sentence, a sword was already placed horizontally on Ling Xiao's neck. The one who made the move was actually the elder on duty of the martial arts hall. How can I chase you away? For a person like you, only by killing you can I be at ease. Ling Yuhua said indifferently. Then you can go ahead and try. Ling Xiao was still drinking his tea calmly, as though he didn't care about the sword of the elder on duty at all. Ling Yuhua was also confused. This young man in front of him was much harder to deal with than he imagined. He could be said to be extremely cunning and surprising. Elder on duty, keep your sword first. Ling Yuhua was very clear that if this sword slashed down and killed Ling Xiao, it would be fine as it would end everything. If he couldn't kill him, then it would really become a death feud, and there would be no possibility of resolving it. Clan head is very wise. Ling Xiao put down his teacup and went straight to the point. We are both not people who like to beat around the bush. I will be direct. From today onwards, I can temporarily cooperate with your Ling clan. You better control your descendants carefully and don't let them provoke me. Otherwise, don't blame me if they are killed by me. In addition, can you tell me now who killed my father, Ling Tai? Since he had already put it this way, he didn't have time to investigate the cause of his father's death. After all, just cultivating was already very urgent. If Ling Yuhua knew, he could just ask directly. The one who killed him is Chen Long. Ling Yuhua sighed and said, the second son of the Chen clan? Ling Xiao frowned. Using his Tai Chi eye, he saw that Ling Yuhua wasn't lying. That's right. The Chen clan might be in Yuhua town, but you must not underestimate them. The Chen clan's clan head, Chen Songhai, is the legitimate crown prince of the Chen kingdom. He was conferred the title of Yuhua king. Ling Yuhua explained, I know this. I just want to ask why Chen Long killed my father? Ling Xiao asked again. To be honest, we don't know the reason. Back when Chen Long and your father met in the restaurant, Chen Long beat your father to death because of a disagreement. We also don't know the exact reason. When we asked the people around, they all said it was a quarrel. Ling Yuhua said helplessly, Haha, you are the Ling clan's clan head. Even if Ling Tai didn't have any status, he was still your adopted son. He was killed, and you didn't care? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Ling Yuhua and questioned. Chapter 21:20. He is the crown prince, and we can't afford to offend him. What's more, the mystic snake devil sect came out to protect the Chen clan. What do you want me to do? You are alone and don't care about the survival of the Ling clan, but I have to be responsible for the entire Ling clan. The words that came out of Ling Yuhua's mouth were even plausible. No need to explain. In the end, you are just a coward and heartless. I don't want to discuss this. Since we know that Chen Long killed my father, then this matter is simple. Ling Xiao let out a cold smile. Chen Long must die. But when he caught that guy, he had to find out why Chen Long killed his father. He always felt that there was something wrong. The main conflict was temporarily shifted. Ling Xiao was prepared to use the Ling clan to deal with the Chen clan. While completing his revenge goal, he could also increase his own cultivation level faster. After all, resources were the most important thing for a martial artist. All right, clan head. I am going to the martial arts hall. If there is anything, you can ask someone to look for me in the small courtyard. Ling Xiao stood up and suddenly said with a cold expression, I hope this is the last time something like this happens to Little Fifth. If I see Little Fifth being abused again, I will definitely return it tenfold. I will return it 100-fold. Just as he was about to step out of the room, someone suddenly came to report that the Chen clan's eldest son, Chen Ran, and second son, Chen Long, had arrived. Ling Xiao paused for a moment and let out a cold smile. He really didn't see how Chen Long, the murderer of his father, looked like. Although he didn't know why they were here, he could at least see for himself. Ling Yuhua didn't seem to have any intention of letting Ling Xiao leave. Now that everyone was in the same boat and were just making use of each other, it was only right for them to share information. My two nephews, may I know why you are here at this time? Ling Yuhua asked with a smile after inviting Chen Ran and Chen Long to take a seat. Chen Ran smiled and said, Since Grandfather Ling has asked, we won't hide it from you. I heard that someone from the Ling clan killed the Mystic Snake Devil Sect's Mystic Snake envoy in Yuhua town. Is this true? When he spoke, he looked at Ling Xiao and obviously knew who killed the Mystic Snake envoy. At that moment, Ling Yuhua and Ling Xiao both thought that someone had leaked the secret, and their expressions turned ugly. Grandfather Ling, I'm sure you know what kind of person the Black Snake envoy is. Even if the Black Snake sect doesn't pursue the matter, the state of Qin will. Chen Ran continued. I heard that the murderer's methods are extremely cruel. Killing people and destroying their bodies is a capital offense. Such a thing actually happened? Ling Yuhua's acting skills were not bad. He looked at Chun Ran in astonishment and said, "The mysterious snake envoy is highly skilled in martial arts and has a profound cultivation base. Who could kill him and destroy his corpse?" "Old man, stop pretending. The person who killed the black snake envoy is from your Ling family," Chun Long suddenly shouted, "and this person is in this room. Kid, do you dare to admit it?" Suddenly, he glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Are you trying to consign Yuhua Town to eternal damnation?" Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and said, "Outsiders know that the Qin family and the Ling family don't get along. I thought it was just gossip. I didn't expect the Qin family to go to such an extent, slandering others and spouting nonsense. Do you really think the Ling family is easy to bully?" The reason why he was so calm was simple. The other party had no evidence. There was only one witness, and that was no different from having no evidence. "Bastard, how dare you deny it? Someone saw you kill the mystic snake envoy with their own eyes. Could it be fake?" Chun Long's temper was extremely irritable. Everything he said was in a rage, especially when Ling Xiao refused to admit to something he thought was obvious. This made him even more furious. "All right, tell whoever saw it to come face to face with me. Don't let the Qin family and the Ling family become like fire and water because of some random person's lies. Don't forget that our two families have an engagement." Ling Xiao was still very calm. He determined that that person did not dare to come face to face. As long as that person dared to show up, he was dead for sure. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if that person dared to show up, he also had 1,000, 10,000 ways to make that person change his words. Hence, witnesses were the most useless in the mystic world. Ling Yuhua was originally still worried that Ling Xiao would say the wrong thing because of nervousness. But he did not expect that Ling Xiao, this guy, just said a few words and put Qin Ran and Qin Long in a dilemma. Originally, these two people were here to denounce. In the end, they became the chief culprits who ruined the two families' relationship. Putting on this label, Chun Ran and Qin Long were also somewhat terrified. After all, even if the two families had a competitive relationship, at the very least, it was still very harmonious on the surface. If these two people messed around, then it was extremely likely to cause the two families to meet on the battlefield in the end. That would really be a huge sin. Thinking up to here, Ling Yuhua also released his powerful aura very imposingly and said icily, "Honorable nephews, whatever it is, you have to investigate clearly before making a decision. Don't ruin our two families' many years of friendship because of a few words from a lowly person. Old Hey, you can send the guests out." On this matter, Ling Yuhua definitely had to protect Ling Xiao. What kind of joke was this? Once this matter was bitten, then the entire Ling family would suffer, not just Ling Xiao alone. He was powerful enough, so Qin Ran and Qin Long did not dare to be impudent. "Ha ha ha, old Master Ling is right. You are right. It was our oversight." Chun Ran laughed loudly, feeling a little vexed in his heart. When he came, he actually did not consider this matter carefully. He thought that he had something on the Ling family and was a little too impulsive. This was definitely a miscalculation, but it was fine. After returning, he just had to send a letter to the 8 Immortals County and get the higher-ups to send someone to investigate. As long as that witness was alive, there was hope to topple the Ling family. The Qin family head was the Chun country's ascendant king. Although he was just a small king, he was still a relative of the imperial family. Now that the mysterious snake envoy was dead, this place had become ownerless. Then their Chun family could make use of this opportunity to hold Ascendant Town in their hands. But before that, they had to topple the Ling family first. Sooner or later, only their Chun family would be left in Ascendant Town. There would no longer be any Ling family. "Farewell, old Master Ling." Chun Ran's eyes flickered with a sinister color, but his face was full of smiles. "Hold on." Ling Xiao suddenly stood up and looked at Qin Long, surnamed Chun. "Did you kill my father, Ling Tai?" His sudden question stunned everyone. It was really his style to be so direct and straightforward. "That's right, I killed him." "So what?" "That bastard Ling Tai went crazy after drinking and tried to assassinate me. I killed him on the spot. It's that simple." Chunlong looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, I have already explained this matter to the patriarchs of the two families. The mysterious snake envoy was also present at the time. He also testified. Humph, I even paid over 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones for that drunkard. Chapter 21-21. I heard that Senior has a son called Chenpai who also likes to drink, right? Go back and remind him not to participate in the annual Ascension sacrifice. Otherwise, if he gets drunk and falls to his death or is eaten by wild beasts, it will not be worth it. Ling Zhao's voice was filled with killing intent and provocation. The Ascension sacrifice was a big day for the entire Ascension town. It was held once a year, and all the participants were experts of the younger generation. They would enter the Ascension mountain range to live alone for a period of time. During this period, they would hunt demonic beasts. It was a competition. Whoever hunted more demonic beast cores would win. The Ascension sacrifice had always been a place where the Qin and Ling families competed in secret. Ling Zhao's intention was very clear. He wanted to kill Chunlong's son during the Ascension sacrifice. Since you killed my father, I'll kill your son. You'd better worry about yourself. Chen Pai's cultivation is 2 realms higher than Chen Kuan's, and the day of the Ascension sacrifice is approaching. Do you really think you can overturn the heavens during this period of time? Chunlong sneered. Since you said so, I'll tell my son Chen Pai. When he sees you, he will definitely not show mercy. This guy was even more direct. Haha, then just wait. Ling Xiao smiled. He was still not Chunlong's opponent now. However, it was different for Chunlong's son. It was natural for the son to repay the father's debt. Moreover, Chen Pai was not a good person. He had found many people to deal with him in the past. However, he had resolved all of them. Chunran and Chunlong left. It seemed like a crisis had been resolved, but Ling Yuhua's brows were still tightly knitted. Patriarch, you don't have to worry. I've already dealt with that person. He's a spy and should accept his fate of death. Ling Xiao would never sympathize with spies. He was the heavenly emperor of the heavenly empire. He knew very well how much harm a spy could cause to a country. Therefore, he would never be soft-hearted when dealing with spies. In fact, when Chunran and Chunlong were arguing with Ling Yuhua in his courtyard, his Gemini martial spirits had already quietly left. Since the spy had left, he would definitely leave behind some traces. Even though he had hidden himself well, he was still able to find out and kill him. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, someone came in to report. Patriarch, just now, our disciple Ling Ah-san was killed by someone. His corpse is hanging outside the main gate. Good. What a disgraceful traitor. Listen to my orders. Hang the corpse for 10 days and 10 nights. Put up a notice and tell everyone in Yuhua town that Ling Ah-san is a spy of the Chun clan. Ling Yu shouted angrily at a row of tables. Yes. At the same time, the Qin family also received the news. Chunlong was furious. Big brother, I told you. We should have let Ling Ah-san stay in our Qin family and directly sent him to the county to avoid being discovered. Now, he's been killed, and the only witness is gone. How could it be so fast? Chun Ran was also stunned. That's not right. Our Qin family and the Ling family have been fighting for so many years. That old man Ling Yuhua doesn't have such capabilities. There must be an expert guiding the Ling family behind the scenes. We have to be careful during the Ascension ceremony this time. After all, this year's Ascension ceremony will be different from previous years. It involves something even more important. The Ascension ceremony has a special meaning. In Ling Zhao's courtyard, Ling Xiao asked the same question. This was because Ling Yuhua was also talking about the same topic. Yes, all this time, the 8 Immortals County has sent many managers over because of Yuhua Town's remote location. In the end, they were all unfortunately killed on the way or died for no reason. Therefore, the 8 Immortals County has been planning a method to let the people of Yuhua Town manage their own town. This time, the mysterious snake envoy of the mysterious snake demon sect was killed, so this plan will definitely be pushed forward. Ling Yuhua was a very practical person. After cooperating with Ling Xiao, there was basically nothing to hide from Ling Xiao. He continued, this year's Ascension ceremony seems to be an annual ceremony for Yuhua Town, but in reality, It's a secret competition between the Chen family and the Ling family for the management rights of Yuhua Town. Whoever wins in the end will obtain the management rights of Yuhua Town for 10 years. After 10 years, the management rights will be reshuffled. However, don't underestimate these 10 years. With these 10 years, whether it's the Ling family or the Chen family, they will have enough time to destroy the other family. So that's how it is. Speaking of which, this has little to do with me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. But don't worry, I will let your Ling family obtain the management rights. Compared to you, I hate the Chen family who killed my father more. What he didn't say was that in this ascension ceremony, he was going to take the opportunity to deal with Ling Mayu together. Ling Mayu tried to kill him, and his killing intent was already aroused. He clearly didn't want to completely fall out with Ling Yuhua because of Ling Mayu, but it was different in the ascension ceremony. Under such a chaotic situation, even if Ling Mayu was killed by the Chen family, it seemed to be a logical thing to do. Are you really not afraid at all? There's only a month left before the ascension ceremony, and Chen Kuan and Chen Pai are both stronger than you. Chen Kuan is said to have broken through to the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm, and Chen Pai is at the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm. They are not opponents you can easily defeat. If things go wrong, you might even lose your life. Ling Yuhua reminded, you don't have to pretend to care about me. With so many elixirs, the cultivation of your Ling family's disciples will definitely improve by leaps and bounds in this month. Especially Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Moyu, Ling Jian, and Ling Yin. If you include me, the Ling family will definitely win. What you have to do is to prevent the Chen family from playing tricks behind your back. Ling Xiao said faintly. Ling Yuhua's old face turned red and said awkwardly, this is not a problem. At that time, the 8 Immortals County's county governor will personally go to Ascension Town to supervise the Ascension ceremony. The adult martial artists from both sides will be gathered together to participate in the banquet, and there will be no chance to interfere with the Ascension ceremony. That's good. Ling Xiao nodded. Immediately, he stood up and followed the elder on duty to the martial arts hall. Sure enough, according to the method his father Ling Tai told him, he found the immortality seal. This immortality seal turned out to be a living inscription hidden in a very ordinary martial arts manual. When he got close, the blood in his body resonated. That immortality seal instantly entered his mind. Although the elder on duty had been secretly observing this scene, he did not notice it at all. The moment the immortality seal entered his spirit sea, Ling Xiao knew very well that this thing was not simple. Perhaps, other than the quintessence imparted to him by the human king, he could cultivate another martial art. Not only could it help him overcome the current difficulties, but it could also help him become stronger. Chapter 21-22. When Ling Xiao returned to his courtyard, it was obvious that someone had cleaned it up. Without asking, he knew that it was done by Ling Yuhua. Since the two of them had started working together, Ling Yuhua would not provoke Ling Xiao. They were not kids anymore and did not know how to play emotional games. The only basis for working together was benefits. Ling Yuhua needed Ling Xiao's elixirs, and Ling Xiao needed Ling Yuhua's temporary protection. It was that simple. 1 month's time is enough for me to advance to the middle level of Grotto Heaven Realm. By then, Chen Kuan and Chen Pai will be easy to deal with. The most important thing now is to figure out the seal of eternal life. What kind of secret is this set of Eternal Life Palace's secret martial arts? It actually allowed my father, the young palace master of Eternal Life Palace, to escape to such a remote place and still be hunted down. Even I was assassinated before. Ling Xiao sat in the secret room in the courtyard, and the inscription of the seal of eternal life appeared in his mind. He wanted to decipher it. As for Ling Jiaojiao, after the martial arts practice field incident, she moved to Ling Zhao's courtyard to stay. On one hand, she needed Ling Zhao's guidance. On the other hand, she needed to take care of Ling Zhao's food and lodging. For a lady to do such menial work, she would be laughed at by others. But in the Ling family, no one dared to laugh at her. There were even many people who were envious of her. For example, this time, Ling Xiao returned and gave Ling Jiaojiao and Little Fifth better elixirs. It was several times better than those given to Ling Yuhua. Naturally, it was several times more beneficial for cultivation. At this moment, in the secret room, Ling Xiao was still studying the seal of eternal life. This seal of eternal life was indeed the ultimate technique of the Eternal Life Palace. According to his father, Ling Tai, even among the palace masters of the Eternal Life Palace, there was only one person who could cultivate that seal of eternal life to the third level. However, the number of levels of the seal of eternal life was still a secret. For this martial art, every time one cultivated a level, the seal of the next level would be unlocked. Only then would one know what the next level was. Perhaps to others, unlocking the first level was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Back then, in order to cultivate the first level of the seal of eternal life, Ling Tai spent a total of 10 years to cultivate it. And this was already considered extremely fast. However, to Ling Xiao, it only took him less than an hour to activate the first level of the seal of eternal life. His proficiency in formations and restrictions, coupled with the powerful analytical ability of the Tai Chi, made any complicated and changeable martial arts extremely simple in his hands. The first level of the seal of eternal life was the Dharma image seal. This was a method to increase one's cultivation, and it was also a terrifying move. The so-called Dharma idol was the Dharma idol of heaven and earth, a divine object that was visualized. In fact, Ling Xiao had cultivated before. He had visualized the three Prince Neza in the God investiture, but at that time, he had only visualized it by chance because he was cultivating the Essence Soul Remnant Scroll. He didn't have much combat strength. However, after cultivating the seal of eternal life today and mastering the first level of the Dharma, he should be able to visualize those monsters in the God Investiture catalog and have combat strength. When he first obtained the God Investiture catalog, he had specially asked the Moon Maiden and the others where it came from. However, the conclusion he obtained was that the Moon Maiden had only picked up the God Investiture catalog by chance. She felt that it was novel and placed it in the Yuehua school. But he didn't expect Ling Xiao to obtain it and remember it. In the past, the God Investiture catalog had helped Ling Xiao, but it wasn't too much. However, now that he had the Dharma seal, the God Investiture catalog was powerful. Perhaps it would become one of the strongest and most terrifying moves after Ling Xiao entered the reincarnation cycle. In order to verify his thoughts, in the secret chamber, Ling Xiao used the twin martial spirits as his opponents and used the Dharma seal. He was still visualizing the third Prince Neza. When the Dharma seal was used, it actually revealed the true form of the third Prince Neza. He had 3 heads and 6 arms and attacked the twin martial spirits. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. However, according to Ling Xiao's judgment, the power of the Dharma seal was also based on Ling Xiao's cultivation. The stronger his cultivation, the greater the power. If his cultivation wasn't enough, he wouldn't be able to fully unleash the power of the Dharma seal. Naturally, the Dharma idol that he visualized wouldn't be able to fully unleash his combat strength. After unsealing the Dharma seal, Ling Xiao stayed in the secret chamber for a full day and night to cultivate the Dharma seal from the beginner level to the small success level. Unfortunately, in the secret chamber, he was only sparring with the twin martial spirits. He couldn't truly cultivate the Dharma seal to the extreme. The improvement of martial arts had always been based on actual combat. Ling Xiao planned to make another trip to the Yuehua mountain range. Perhaps he would encounter a few powerful demonic beasts and be able to cultivate the Dharma seal to a stronger level. Outside, Ling Jiaojiao and Little Fifth were cultivating. Ling Xiao didn't disturb them. Instead, he walked towards Yuehua town alone. Although he knew that it was dangerous outside, wasn't the danger a form of training for him? If Ling Xiao had only hidden in the secret chamber to cultivate in the past, he wouldn't have become so powerful. Now that he had entered the reincarnation cycle, the logic was the same. Moreover, whoever wanted to kill him now had to consider whether they were capable of doing so. Just as he stepped onto the long street of Yuehua town, he didn't have time to head towards the Yuehua mountain range. Ling Xiao suddenly felt an extremely familiar aura coming from afar. This aura was extremely similar to the Moon Lady. Ling Xiao definitely didn't forget what he promised the Moon Lady before he entered the reincarnation cycle. No matter what, he had to find the Moon Lady and protect her. Otherwise, if the Moon Lady died due to an accident, the 10 reincarnation cycle would no longer exist. The Moon Lady would never be able to regain her human form. This was an extremely dangerous matter. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao hurriedly used the meteor step and chased in the direction of the aura. About a few minutes later, he arrived at a very lively street. In the middle of the street, a young girl about 17 or 18 years old was hugging a rabbit and ravaging it. Ling Xiao recognized this young girl. She was the daughter of the Chun family's eldest son, Chen Xingji. And standing beside Chen Xingji was a young man about the same age as Chen Xingji. He was the third son of the Qin family's eldest son, Chen Kuan's younger brother. Chen Du Chen Xingji and Qian Du's cultivation weren't weak. Both of them had reached the fourth grotto heaven realm, the same as Ling Mayu. If it were any other time, Ling Xiao wouldn't want to provoke these two people. In any case, he didn't have any enmity with them. But at this time, his eyes were firmly fixed on the rabbit in Chen Xingji's arms. The rabbit's fur was bright and clean, as beautiful as white jade. In the rabbit's eyes, there was a strong grievance and strong dissatisfaction, as if it wanted to break free from Chen Xingji's arms. It's not the Moon Lady, but why does it have the aura of the Moon Lady? Right, it must have stayed with the Moon Lady. Chapter 21-23. Ling Xiao noticed that the rabbit Chen Xingji was carrying had the aura of the Moon Lady. He suspected that the rabbit had been with the Moon Lady. Perhaps he could find some clues from this rabbit. He had to get this rabbit. Ling Xiao walked forward. Before he could say anything, Chen Xingji recognized him first. I was wondering who it was. So it's the unloved bastard from the Ling family. Why? If you can't stay in the Ling family, why don't you come to our Chen family? We still have a mouthful of dog food. Ha ha ha. Chen Xingji said as she purposely covered her mouth and laughed. It was as if insulting the Ling family was an honorable thing to do. If it were any other day, Ling Xiao would have retorted. However, his mind was on the rabbit today. He ignored Chen Xingji's words and asked, "How much are you selling this rabbit for?" "Oh, you want to buy my rabbit? Sure. I'll sell it to you as long as you can take out 10 Grotto Heaven spiritual elixirs," Chen Xingji said with a smile. The lady from the Qin family really knows how to tease people. 10 Grotto Heaven spiritual elixirs? Let alone Ling Xiao, even the entire Ling family can't take out 10 Grotto Heaven spiritual elixirs. That's right, that's right. This is clearly a trick. However, after a few seconds, the people who were talking were all dumbfounded. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Deal. Here are 10 Grotto Heaven spiritual elixirs. Give me the rabbit." He actually took out 10 Grotto Heaven spiritual elixirs. This scene made the long street fall into a dead silence. One had to know that this kind of elixir could only be refined by alchemists in the provincial cities. Even the martial artists in the 8 Immortals County had to buy it from the provincial cities. Needless to say, Yuhua Town was even more so. The Grotto Heaven spiritual elixir was extremely expensive in the 8 Immortals County. One elixir could be sold for tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. In Yuhua Town, even if one took out tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, one might not be able to buy it. However, Ling Xiao took out 10 elixirs at once. This was simply earth-shattering. Originally, if Chen Xingji had taken away these medicinal pills, not only would she have taken a huge advantage, she would also absolutely not have any trouble. Although Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage, he got what he wanted. Naturally, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. But greed blinded the eyes. Seeing Ling Xiao take out 10 paradise spirit pills, Chen Xingji thought to herself, this guy is actually willing to use so many precious pills to buy this rabbit without any hesitation. In that case, there must be something special about this rabbit. He might as well add a bit more money. When she thought of this, she said, "I was wrong. I said 20. Are you sure?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "Of course." Chen Xingji nodded. "Very well. Since that's the case, let's make a written agreement so that you won't regret it later. After all, your Chun family has always been untrustworthy." Ling Xiao was not afraid of giving more paradise spirit pills. As long as he could buy the rabbit, he was willing to pay any price. After all, it was the only clue to finding the Moon Lady. Chen Xingji happily made a written agreement. Both parties signed and sealed the deal. Only then did Ling Xiao take out 10 Grotto Heaven spiritual pills. He had obtained a large amount of alchemy materials from Ling Yuhua and collected some from the Yuhua mountain range. The paradise spirit pills could be said to be sufficient. After all, They could be used until he broke through to the yin-yang realm. 20 pills was a small matter. However, his generosity made Chen Xingji and Chun Du even more greedy. After Chen Xingji took the pills, she refused to hand the rabbit over to Ling Xiao. What? Are you going to go back on your word? A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He wanted to resolve this matter peacefully, but it seemed impossible now. Some people were really insatiable. So what if I go back on my word? You useless piece of trash from the Ling family, get lost as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll cripple you today. We're stronger than you, so we can go back on our word. So what if you're not convinced? Chindu roared, you idiot. How dare you do business with the Qin family? Don't you know that the Qin family and the Ling family don't get along? You can go back on your word just because you're stronger? Very good. I like such a straightforward rule. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Xingji and Chindu coldly and said, in that case, if I cripple the two of you, I can also take the rabbit away for free? Ha ha ha, this kid is stupid. Even if it's just one of us, we can beat this kid up until he's looking for his teeth on the ground, right? He actually said that he wants to cripple the two of us. Sister, don't you think it's funny? Chindu laughed when he heard that. It's funny indeed. It's very funny. Chen Xingji also laughed very happily. She felt that there was something wrong with Ling Xiao's brain. The surrounding crowd looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at an idiot. Why was there something wrong with the young man's brain? Little brother, I was friends with your father when he was alive. He drank with me a few times. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't act on impulse. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Hurry up and leave. Someone seemed to be persuading him on the surface, but his words were full of sarcasm. It seemed that he was sure that Ling Xiao was no match for Chen Xingji, and Chindu, another person, said, where there's life, there's hope. You're a warrior who's reincarnated. There'll be plenty of opportunities for you to become stronger in the future. Why do you have to court death? Chen Xingji and Chun Du also looked at Ling Xiao with sarcasm, as if they were thinking of some harsh words to say to Ling Xiao, who knew that Ling Xiao would not give them the chance at all. After deciding to fight, he suddenly attacked. He pulled out the iron sword from the storage ring, and then wind blew under his feet. A sword light shot toward Chen Xingji like a meteor. It seemed that he was going to deal with both Chen Xingji and Chindu at the same time. He was looking down on the genius disciples of the Qin family too much. There was an earth-shattering uproar in the crowd. Many people were there to watch the show and were not afraid of things getting out of hand. They did not care who won or lost. It was enough as long as the show was exciting. However, to be honest, most people were still frightened by Ling Xiao's fighting style. What was Ling Xiao's cultivation level? He actually dared to face two fourth Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouses at the same time? Wasn't he courting death? Should I say that he's courageous or brave, but not smart? He's really something. It's rare to see such a way of courting death in Yuhua Town. Everyone roared with laughter. Chen Xingji and Chun Du were also a little stunned. However, a moment later, a sinister smile appeared on their faces. Little brother, watch from the side first. It's enough for me to deal with this guy. She kept the rabbit in her arms directly into the beast ring so that she could focus on the battle. After all, the rabbit was worth 20 Grotto Heaven spiritual pills, which was 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It would be a pity to throw it away. Chapter 21-24. Chun Xingji's saber intent broke out from her body, wanting to block Ling Xiao's iron sword and even destroy it. The twin sabers were like scissors that cut towards Ling Xiao. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to get close, she actually took the initiative to attack. She wanted this arrogant brat to die under her twin sabers. She had long heard that Ling Xiao had used an extremely despicable method to kill the mysterious snake envoy. Although this brat did not admit it, if she killed him, it would definitely be a great merit. The twin sabers slashed out. The saber chi enveloped Ling Xiao's face, as if it wanted to cut Ling Xiao into pieces in front of so many people. Qin's saber technique, twin sabers ghost destroying. Ding! The sword and saber met in the air. There was a crisp sound of collision, and then they slid apart. Neither of them seemed to have the upper hand in this exchange. The moment Chen Xingji withdrew her saber, she was ready to attack again. but she found that Ling Xiao was several times faster than her. The iron sword did not seem to have been withdrawn, and it instantly pierced towards her. The starlight was dazzling, and the sharp saber chi cut off a few strands of Qian Xingji's hair. She was so frightened that she did not dare to be careless and could only block in a panic. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable, and one of the two greatest advantages of the falling star sword technique was its fast sword intent. First sword star flash, second sword star fall, third sword star break, fourth sword star break. In an instant, Ling Xiao had stabbed out 4 times, causing Chen Xingji to be flustered. Not only had her saber chi been blasted to pieces, but there were also many bloody marks on her body. Ling Xiao's eyes were still indifferent and full of ridicule. Looking at this pair of eyes, Chen Xingji could not help but be frightened. She did not understand what cultivation level Ling Xiao was at, and how could he suppress her so easily? She felt her heart trembling. He felt that his confidence was constantly crumbling. Ling Xiao would not be merciful because of her fear, and the iron sword in his hand continued to stab out. Chen Xingji activated all the elemental energy in her body to resist, but it had little effect. Among the onlookers, one of them was Ling Bei, who had just come out of the tavern. Ever since that year, Ling Bei would hide whenever he saw Ling Xiao. He was so scared that he couldn't sleep at night. Ling Xiao had become his nightmare. Originally, he had hoped that Chen Xingji and Chen Du would be able to destroy this nightmare of his. However, reality told him that he was overthinking things. Although Ling Xiao hadn't fought with the younger generation during the annual gathering, he had blocked Ling Jian's sword aura and survived the attack of the mysterious snake sex expert. Instead, he had killed that expert with a sneak attack. At that time, he already knew that Ling Xiao was very strong. However, he did not know exactly how strong they were. Now that he saw it today, he suddenly understood. Ling Xiao was actually able to easily suppress Chen Xingji, who was at the 4th Heavenly Grotto realm. In that case, Ling Mayu was definitely not his opponent. In the entire younger generation of the Ling family, apart from Ling Xiao, there was probably no one else who was a match for Ling Xiao. His nightmare was probably going to last forever. There was another person who had just arrived. She was also very surprised by Ling Xiao. This person was Ling Jiaojiao. After Ling Xiao left, she was still worried because she really didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was. Just as she arrived, she saw that Ling Xiao had already started fighting with Chen Xingji. Her beautiful eyes immediately flashed. Ling Xiao's falling star sword art was really too powerful. He could execute a low-tier gold-grade sword skill to such an extent. Perhaps in the entire Ascension town. No, in the entire 8 Immortals County, there was no one as strong as him. Chendu, what are you waiting for? Let's attack together. Chen Xingji was finally defeated by Ling Xiao's continuous attacks. She knew that she was no match for Ling Xiao alone. Therefore, she shouted at Chendu in a panic. Chendu hurriedly released his saber soul. Then, he held a long saber in his hand and charged towards Ling Xiao. 2 against 1. How shameless. Didn't you say that you could kill my little brother Ling Xiao alone? Ling Jiaojiao couldn't help but mock. That's right, that's right. The Qin family really can't afford to lose. There were also a few mocking remarks from the crowd. However, Chen Xingji and Chen Du were not in the mood to care about those remarks. After the two of them joined forces, they thought that they could suppress Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, the result of joining forces was not very effective. 5-sword star riverfall. Ling Xiao shouted coldly. The iron sword in his hand suddenly flashed wildly. A sword chi like a river of stars pierced towards Chen Xingji and Chen Du at the same time. Chen Xingji and Chen Du swung their sabers to block. It was not that they didn't want to attack, but under Ling Xiao's swordlight, they had no chance to resist at all. Crack! Almost at the same time, the weapons in their hands shattered at the same time. Their weapons were divine-grade treasured weapons. Facing Ling Xiao's ordinary iron sword, they were not worth mentioning and were destroyed at the same time. Not only that, but there were obvious bloodstains on their wrists that continued to spread. 6-sword stars transformation. Ling Xiao did not stop. After performing the 5th move of the falling star sword technique, he directly performed the 6th move. At that moment, The entire space seemed to have turned into a world of starlight. Everyone's line of sight was completely blocked by this light. When their eyes could see again, they found Qin Xingji and Chengdu lying on the ground, vomiting blood and their hands trembling. There were a lot of wounds all over their bodies. If these wounds were not treated in time, even Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists would be in danger of dying. At this time, Qin Xingji and Chengdu no longer had the strength to get up from the ground. They looked at Ling Xiao with frightened eyes, their bodies constantly trembling. Looking at the two people coldly, Ling Xiao openly took the beast ring and storage ring from Qin Xingji's hand. The rabbit was in the beast ring. In Qin Xingji's storage ring, there were 20 Grotto Heaven spiritual elixirs and a lot of spirit stones. Ling Xiao took all of them without hesitation. In any case, this was the rule that the other party said. Whoever was strong enough could act shamelessly. Watching this scene with their mouths agape, the crowd's attitude towards Ling Xiao, which had been mocking and ridiculing him in every possible way, instantly changed completely. Perhaps from today onwards, the rumors about Ling Xiao in Yuhua Town would also change. To be able to easily defeat 2 fourth Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists by himself, Ling Xiao's strength was indeed incomparably valiant. He was worthy of being in the top 5 of Yuhua Town's young experts. Perhaps the top 3 would not be enough. After all, the Qin clan's Qin Pai and Qin Kuan, as well as the Ling clan's Ling Jian, were still much stronger than Ling Xiao in many people's eyes. Ling Xiao's ranking would at most be in the top 4. Is this the terror of a reincarnation realm martial artist? I remember that the Ling clan's Falling Star sword technique is only a low-tier gold-grade sword technique. It actually defeated Qin Xingji's Chen Clan Blade technique. The Chen Clan Blade technique is a low-tier jade-grade martial technique. That's why I say, this is a true genius. I'm afraid he was an absolute genius in the past. He cultivated to the rebirth realm at a very young age. That's right. Even reincarnation realm martial artists have differences in talent. This kid is probably a top-grade genius among those reincarnation realm martial artists. Chapter 21-25. In this Yuhua town now, Ling Xiao can probably easily rank in the top 5. Sigh. I thought that he was just a coward who only knows how to eat, drink, and play all day. I didn't expect that he's actually such a genius. If I knew earlier, I would have given all the wine his father drank here for free. Ling Tai drank a lot. He would lose a large sum of money if it was free. But if Ling Xiao grew up, the benefits to him would absolutely be more than just a little bit of money. He really regretted it. Obtaining the rabbit with the Moon Lady's aura, Ling Xiao no longer looked at Qin Xingji, and Chengdu he turned around and was about to leave. After all, his goal this time was Yuhua Mountain Range. The purpose was to kill a few more demonic beasts. On one hand, it was to replenish demonic beast crystal cores. On the other hand, it was also to hone his combat skills, especially the improvement of his law characteristic seal. Halt! Hurting our Qin family's people, and you want to leave just like that? Just as Ling Xiao turned around, before he could take a step out, a cold voice suddenly sounded out. Ling Xiao remembered that this voice came from Ling Mayu's lover, Chen Kuan. Chen Kuan's cultivation was at the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm. Previously, before Ling Xiao broke through to the Grotto Heaven Realm, this guy already wanted to kill him. Just nice, this debt could be settled today. He did not fear 5th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists at all. With his current cultivation, defeating 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists was nothing difficult, let alone a mere Chen Kuan. Since someone came to throw away their lives, why should he leave? Bring the two of them back to recuperate. Chen Kuan looked at Qin Xingji and Chengdu who were lying on the ground, unable to move, and was furious in his heart. Those two people on the ground were his younger sister and younger brother. To actually be humiliated and hurt like this, how could he take it lying down? Boom. Suddenly, a horrifying aura was released. Ling Xiao could not help getting a huge shock. The cultivation that Chen Kuan released was actually not 5th Grotto Heaven Realm, but 7th Grotto Heaven Realm. This guy had actually been hiding his strength all along. The Qin family's people were indeed sinister and powerful enough. In the entire Ling family's younger generation, apart from that Ling Jian, probably no one could contend with this Chen Kuan. So powerful. So, Young Master Chen Kuan is actually a 7th Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Ling Xiao is finished now. That's right. It's already a miracle that he was able to defeat those two 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Against Chen Kuan, I'm afraid he has no chance of winning. No one was optimistic about Ling Xiao, just because the cultivation that Chen Kuan displayed really surprised people to the extreme. Too strong. He was so powerful that it made people despair. Even Ling Jiaojiao felt her whole body trembling. She hurriedly grabbed Ling Xiao and said, "Ling Xiao, let's stop fighting. Let's go back. If we run away, we still have a chance." Ling Xiao gently patted Ling Jiaojiao's hand and smiled. "Don't worry, Jiaojiao. He can't kill me." Indeed, Chen Kuan's cultivation gave Ling Xiao a shock, but it was merely a shock. It was true that Xiao Chun could not defeat a 7th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. However, the gap between them was not too great. If he used his tyrannical strength, he still had a 10 to 20% chance of winning. And it was basically impossible for Chen Kuan to kill him. Even if he could not defeat Chen Kuan, he still had many ways to survive. However, running away before fighting was definitely not Ling Xiao's style. Unless his opponent was a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist, he really would not run away. Run? Most of this Yuhua town belongs to our Chen family. Where can the two of you escape to? Chen Kuan looked at Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao disdainfully and said, "You seriously injured my brother and sister and want to leave without paying a price. There's no such good thing in the world. You talk too much. If you want to fight, then fight. I want to see who will be the one running away in the end." Ling Xiao pushed Ling Jiaojiao to the side. He was actually looking forward to this battle very much. The stronger the opponent, the more useful it was for tempering the aspect seal. How could those brainless things like demonic beasts compare to a true martial artist? Chen Kuan was stunned for a moment before he laughed loudly. "You are indeed foolish and bold. However, you don't have the chance today. I forgot to tell you that I am also an outer disciple of the mystic snake demon sect. I am the same as Ling Wansui, but I am much stronger than him. I heard that you used the falling star sword art to defeat Ling Wansui's black snake demon art. Today, I'll let you see what the real black snake demonic art is. Everyone, get out of the way." The black snake demon art is a mid-tier jade grade martial technique. Moreover, the demonic aura is overwhelming. If you get too close, you will die. The crowd suddenly panicked. They all ran towards the distance. This time, it was not a joke. With Chen Kuan's 7th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation coupled with the black snake demon art, Ling Xiao could no longer win. They did not want to be implicated. Ling Xiao, a wise man, knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Hurry up and run. Ling Jiaojiao was even more anxious. If Chen Kuan was only at the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm, she would not say anything. Ling Xiao would probably have a chance to win. However, the current situation was that Chen Kuan had previously concealed his cultivation. His true cultivation was at the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm. Ling Xiao still chose to fight with him. That was simply courting death. "Jiaojiao, listen to me. Go back first. I will be fine." Ling Xiao glanced at Ling Jiaojiao, then looked at Chen Kuan. The iron sword in his hand was filled with sword intent as he pointed it at Chen Kuan. "You have really surprised me. 7th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation. No wonder the Ling family has been suppressed by your Qin family for the past few years. If it was not for that old fart Ling Yuhua still alive, the Ling family would have been swallowed by your Qin family. Powerful, truly powerful. It's good that you know how powerful I am. I can give you a quick death, but you have to hand over all the Grotto Heaven spiritual pills on you." Chen Kuan said proudly. "Let's not daydream about this. You won't have the chance." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Not to mention you. Even if your Ling family's Yuhua king came, he would not be able to force me to hand over what I don't want to hand over. Cut the crap and let's fight. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." Chen Kuan revealed a ferocious expression as a blood-red long blade appeared in his right hand. This blade was very thin and looked very sharp. Before the blade was slashed out, the terrifying blade aura had already caused the surrounding crowd to feel the pain of their skin being cut. A hothead will always be a hothead. Ling Xiao of the Ling family has already endured for so long. He could have just endured a little longer. Why did he have to puff himself up at his own cost? This time, he is really dead. It is said that a good-looking person would not suffer a loss when the odds are against him. This kid is simply a lunatic. It seems like he doesn't understand this principle at all. That's right. If he lives for a few more months, Chen Zhao might not be his match. I heard that the cultivation of martial artists who have entered the cycle of reincarnation increases rather quickly. The crowd's discussion made Chen Zhao very uncomfortable. What did they mean by he would not be Ling Zhao's match in a few more months? Didn't this mean that his talent was not as good as this guy? Chapter 21-26. Chen Kuan was very unhappy. Ling Xiao was unfazed by his seventh Grotto Heaven Realm aura. This was simply beyond his expectations. Under normal circumstances, Ling Xiao should have been scared to the point of fleeing or begging for mercy. Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll kill you to prove my strength. Thinking of this, he pointed his blood-red saber at Ling Xiao and channeled all of his internal energy. Streaks of blood-red light flowed into the saber in his hand. This power was truly terrifying. It was more than 10 times stronger than Chen Xingji and Chen Du then. The blood-red saber emitted a sharp black sword aura that transformed into a black snake as thick as a water bucket. Is that the black snake demonic art? So scary, so evil. Ling Jiaojiao trembled all over as she looked at Ling Xiao helplessly. At this moment, she really wanted to help, but the demonic chi released by the black snake made her unable to move. It was as if she was paralyzed. This demonic aura is poisonous, she exclaimed. Ling Xiao, be careful. That black aura is poisonous. Ha ha ha, it's too late for that now. The scariest thing about the black snake demonic art is that the aura it releases can combine with the elements in the air to form a terrifying poison that can paralyze the opponent. Ling Xiao, let me avenge the black snake envoy today. Who knows, you might even become my stepping stone into the inner sect of the black snake demonic sect. The terrifying energy of the black snake demonic art had completely condensed on the tip of the blood-red saber. It could explode at any time. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. Starlight began to condense on the tip of his sword. The falling star sword technique had a total of 9 swords. He'd only used 6 to defeat Chen Xingji, and Chen Du. The last 3 swords were for Chen Kuan. He really wanted to use the Dharma seal, but if Chen Zhao couldn't even block the last 3 swords, then there was no need for the seal. Even if he used it, he probably wouldn't gain anything. He's still going to use the falling star sword technique? The crowd was in an uproar. Originally, he thought that Ling Xiao definitely had some other more powerful moves when facing Chen Kuan. But who knew that in the end, Ling Xiao only used the falling star sword art? He's dead for sure. Does he really think that a low-tier gold-grade sword skill can contend against a mid-tier jade-grade martial skill? To be honest, what these people said was not wrong. Purely based on the falling star sword art, Ling Xiao only had a 10% to 20% chance of defeating Chen Kuan. However, this was only the result of the Taiji's analysis. If he didn't try, he wouldn't know. Although he liked to use the Tai Chi, he did not rely on it. Kill. The two of them roared almost at the same time as the sword and the saber clashed in the void. The 7th sword of the falling star sword art, Star Annihilation. The resplendent light suddenly exploded. It was even more dazzling than before, and it was released on the street. At the same time, the terrifying black snake opened its huge mouth and swallowed the light. The light disappeared in an instant. It is indeed powerful. The 8th sword, Galaxy Explosion. Ling Xiao did not retreat. He shook the iron sword in his hand and released a brand new move. It was as if countless stars exploded at the same time. The power of this move was several times stronger than the 7th sword. The black snake head was finally blasted into pieces. It's useless. You spent so much effort and only destroyed one of my snake heads. Chen Kuan's cold voice sounded. There were actually 3 snake heads biting towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The 9th sword, Universe Break. The sky and the ground were filled with twinkling stars. It was as if the universe in this small space had exploded. The 3 snake heads were destroyed at the same time. Chen Kuan was also sent flying. But before Chen Kuan landed, he suddenly turned back and slashed down with the blood-red saber in his hand. Black Snake Wild Dance. Under the saber, Saber-Chi danced. The entire space was filled with black snakes. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Ling Xiao could block Qin Kuan's continuous attacks and not die. This was already very shocking. At this moment, Ling Xiao actually forced Qin Kuan to use the most powerful move in the Black Snake demonic art. Today's long battle was probably not going to end peacefully. One of them had to die in battle before it could stop. The county governor has arrived. Make way. Just as Ling Xiao was about to use the Transcendence Seal, a voice suddenly sounded. The two withdrew their fists and legs almost at the same time and stood on both sides of the road. The county governor was the chief official of the 8 Immortals County. It was said that he was also a powerhouse and his cultivation was stronger than Ling Yuhua and the old man of the Chen family. Moreover, this person was an inner disciple of the Black Snake demonic sect. It was someone from the imperial court. No one dared to provoke the county governor. Ling Xiao did not want to cause trouble. Moreover, he had thought about it. Even if he used the Transcendence Seal, he would not be able to defeat Qin Kuan unless he used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. But if he won like that, it would be meaningless. Once the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul was exposed, not only would his identity be exposed, but even those who did not know his identity would come to kill him. Before he became the strongest person in the mystic world, he did not intend to reveal this secret. Anyway, he had plenty of opportunities to kill Qin Kuan. It would not be at this moment. The Ascension sacrifice was already very close. The county governor of the 8 Immortals County had probably come to Ascension Town so early to preside over this important event. However, Ling Xiao still felt that it was a little strange. Although the Ascension sacrifice was very important, coming to Ascension Town nearly a month in advance still gave off a sense of disharmony. After the county governor's carriage left, Qin Kuan wanted to look for Ling Xiao again, but he realized that Ling Xiao was nowhere to be found. Not only was Ling Xiao gone, but so was Ling Jiaojiao. Humph, I'll let your head stay on your neck for a few more days. It seems that the county governor is coming to our Qin family. I have to go back and welcome him. Chun Zhao snorted coldly and turned to leave. At the moment, Ling Xiao was walking briskly outside Ascension Town alone. After injuring Chen Xingji and Qin Du, the Qin family would definitely cause trouble for the Ling family. He did not have the time to deal with them. Thus, he decided to go directly to Ascension Mountain Range. As for Ling Jiaojiao, she had already returned to the Ling family. Ascension Mountain Range was very dangerous. Ling Xiao could not bring Ling Jiaojiao and Little Fifth. They might be wronged at the Ling family, but they would not die. However, if they went to Ascension Mountain Range, they might die. As he walked, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. A figure who had been tailing Ling Xiao jumped in fright, but before he could react, a sword had already been placed across his neck. Aren't you tired after following me for so long? As soon as Ling Xiao left the city, he sensed that someone had been following him. He thought that the person would attack after leaving the city, but the person clearly did not do anything. Chen Zhao did not want to wait anymore and decided to ask directly. Raise your hands and turn around slowly, Ling Xiao said. The person raised his hands and turned around slowly, facing Ling Xiao. It's you? Chapter 21-27. So it's you. Ling Xiao instantly recognized the person who was following him. Of the two people who came to the town to assassinate him that day, one was killed by him, and the other was this person. This guy escaped. It had only been a month or so. The assassin who was weaker than him back then was even less likely to be his opponent now. I thought you would run away after failing to assassinate me. I didn't expect you to show up. Interesting. Ling Xiao had some doubts. Even an assassin who was not afraid of death would think of other ways when he knew he was no match for his opponent. It would be better if he could not find a helper. This person actually came to find him alone. There must be something else. Don't do it. I'm not here to kill you this time. I'm here to ask for your help. The assassin said. Ask for my help? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. Yes, I can tell you now who ordered us to kill you. The assassin nodded. No conditions? Ling Xiao asked. No. The assassin shook his head. There was anger and sadness in his eyes. He explained, The person who ordered me to kill you is the second master of the Qin family, Qinlong. Qinlong? He killed my father and still won't let me go? What's the reason? Ling Xiao asked. I don't know. I'm just working for him. He won't tell me. The assassin shook his head and said, but there's one thing I'm particularly concerned about. Every time he gives an order, he seems to have to discuss it with someone else. So I suspect that there might be someone else behind him. Why? Did he offend you? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Yes, because I couldn't complete the task. He brutally killed my 6-year-old daughter. I don't have the ability to kill him, so I can only ask for your help. The assassin replied. This reason makes sense. But do you think I'll let you go? Ling Xiao looked coldly at the assassin. He wanted to kill Qinlong, but he would not let this assassin go. If he did not have some strength, wouldn't he have been assassinated long ago? Since I came to find you, I didn't expect to leave alive. But can you let me watch Qinlong die before I die? The assassin asked. What do you think? Ling Xiao asked. That's impossible. I understand now. The assassin sighed. Anyway, that Qinlong is also your enemy. You can definitely kill him. Come on, give me a quick death. He closed his eyes and stretched his neck to Ling Xiao. A moment later, he didn't feel any pain in his neck. He couldn't help but open his eyes. But then you'll see Qinlong. The assassin's eyes grew moist when he saw this line of words. He gritted his teeth and said, Qinlong, you will definitely die in front of me. Definitely. After saying that, he also disappeared into the dense forest. During this period, he had to hide to avoid being discovered by Qinlong. He wanted to see Qinlong die with his own eyes. At that time, even if he died, it would be worth it. At this time, Ling Xiao had already stepped into the Yuhua mountain range. He did not lose anything by letting the assassin go for the time being. An assassin that he could kill at any time was no longer a threat. Perhaps he could be of use at a critical time. The assassin definitely knew more than that. Giving him a little favor would allow him to gain something in the future. This was called casting a long line to catch a big fish. Xindian, you said you came from the central region. Do you know the Eternal Palace? In the dense forest, Ling Xiao let Xindian out. With Xindian outside, he could help him to guard the surrounding situation. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. In any case, he was not worried that Xindian would escape. Xindian hoped to be able to rely on a strong person, at least someone who had the potential to become a strong person. And he was one. During this period of time, the battle prowess and wisdom he had displayed had made Xindian completely willing to follow him wholeheartedly. Of course I've heard of it. The Eternal Palace is the largest sect in the Black Tortoise continent. It stands at the top of the Black Tortoise continent. Xindian replied, Is there a young master of the Eternal Palace who mysteriously disappeared? Although it was wrong to suspect his father, Ling Xiao still wanted to confirm if what Ling Tai said was true. That's right. Many years ago, the young masters of the Eternal Palace fought for the position of the palace master. Several of them were killed. There was also a young master who mysteriously disappeared. There is still no news of him. It is said that when he left, he stole the most precious treasure of the Eternal Palace, the Eternal Seal. Xindian replied, Then what is the secret of the Eternal Seal? Why did the previous palace masters of the Eternal Palace only cultivate to the 3rd level at most? Ling Xiao asked again, I don't know about this, but it is said that the Eternal Seal was not originally called the Eternal Seal. It has another name called the Xin Beast Seal. It seems that one needs to collect something to cultivate it completely. But after this thing fell into the hands of the Eternal Palace, the people of the Eternal Palace changed the name to the Eternal Seal in order to hide its origin. The logic is the same. You also know that the Xin beasts include the Sky Dragon, Godly Phoenix, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and so on. These are the ones with the longest lifespans and can reach the realm of immortality. So this name is appropriate. Xindian thought for a while before replying. It could be heard that Xindian's understanding of the Eternal Palace was limited to what the people around him said. This proved that Xindian was not from the Eternal Palace. Since this was the case, Ling Xiao was relieved. Actually, Ling Xiao was still quite worried. If Xindian was from the Eternal Palace, then he would have to be extremely careful. Who knew if this guy was a spy sent by the Eternal Palace? Finally, he came to the cave where he cultivated last time. Ling Xiao released the rabbit that he just got. He really wanted to find the Moon Lady now. The underworld was dangerous, and the mystic world was full of danger. No one knew what the Moon Lady would encounter. He injected his soul power into the rabbit's body and saw something. Outside the Eternal Palace, are there two huge black tortoise sculptures? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, have you been there before? Shindian asked curiously. Ling Xiao did not answer. Instead, he frowned. From the rabbit's memory, he saw that the Moon Lady had reincarnated into the Eternal Palace. But he did not know who or what she had reincarnated into. This time, the plan to find the Moon Lady would have to be delayed indefinitely. If he went to the Eternal Palace now, he would be courting death. They could easily kill him with a finger. But that's good. The Moon Lady has reincarnated into the Eternal Palace. It's impossible for others to harm her. Once my cultivation recovers, I'll go there to take a look. I must save the Moon Lady. Ling Xiao got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Anyway, there was no point in thinking about it now. Chapter 21-28. Shindian, help me keep a lookout. I feel that the seal of eternal life contains some special secrets. This is also one of the reasons why I came to Feather Mountain Range. Ling Xiao told Shindian that he had obtained the seal of eternal life. Firstly, he wanted to get closer to Shandian. Secondly, he wanted to test the divine grimoire. If Shindian heard that he had obtained the seal of eternal life, he could get rid of this trouble as soon as possible. However, he obviously worried too much. Shindian wasn't that interested in the seal of eternal life. He didn't even have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Perhaps this was the so-called my immortal herb, another's poison. Not bothering about Shandian, Ling Xiao immersed himself in the process of comprehending the seal of eternal life. He believed that the seal of eternal life wasn't as simple as it looked. Otherwise, it would be hard to understand how a powerful force like Eternal Life Palace couldn't comprehend it. Ling Xiao's soul came out of his shell and entered the universe of Tyrant. The inscriptions of the seal of eternal life unfolded in the vast universe. It was vast and heart-stopping. Even Tao Tai, who was lying in the depths of the universe, roared in dissatisfaction. He then turned and flew further away. Ling Xiao didn't care about it and continued to focus on deciphering the inscriptions. At this moment, the mountain river world in the universe of Tyrant suddenly shook. In the mountain river world, there were originally 9 cauldrons. Only the first cauldron was released by Ling Xiao, allowing him to comprehend the light and shadow ultimacy. Hence, Ling Xiao named this divine cauldron as the Light and Darkness Divine Cauldron. His light and shadow ultimacy hadn't reached the highest level. Logically speaking, the second cauldron couldn't be released. However, the second cauldron flew out and formed a connection with the inscriptions of the seal of eternal life. Could it be that the second cauldron created by the human king is related to the seal of eternal life? Ling Xiao was shocked. The second cauldron flew into the universe of Tyrant and released countless strange patterns. Ling Xiao took a closer look. These patterns were actually some strange beasts. The strongest ones were naturally the divine dragons of the immemorial era, including the 9 great immemorial dragons and the immemorial golden dragon king. Xian Beast Cauldron. A name appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. This was the name given to the second cauldron by the human monarch. Xian Beast Seal. This was the original name of the seal of eternal life. There was indeed a connection. As the profound beast cauldron continuously released the patterns, the inscriptions on the seal of eternal life also started to flicker intensely. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered continuously. I see. So that's how it was. In the end, the transcendent seal was only the foundation of the entire seal of eternal life. Well, in that case, I will practice according to the meaning of this inscription. With that in mind, Ling Xiao abruptly performed a Dharma seal and visualized the Dharma idol of a primordial hell dragon. This primordial hell dragon was in Ling Xiao's universe of tyrants, so visualizing it was the easiest. The moment the ancient hell dragon was successfully visualized, there were no other profound beast diagrams in the profound beast cauldron. In its place were clusters of terrifying black-purple flames. Ling Xiao breathed in this aura and felt a force awakening in his body. At this moment, Shun Dian, who was in the depths of the cave, was looking at Ling Xiao's body in horror. This was because Ling Xiao's body was constantly releasing black flames. Anything that came into contact with these black flames would be corroded and destroyed. What kind of flame is this? How can it be so terrifying? Shin Dian thought that she was once considered an expert. Although she was sealed in the secret sword, she still had the guts. But today, she was really afraid. She didn't know what Ling Xiao was doing, but she didn't dare to alarm Ling Xiao. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would go berserk because of this. Fortunately, the flames stopped spreading after 4 to 5 meters. This allowed Shan Dian to finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the secret sword, the figure of a blonde girl appeared. She was praying to the heavens. She was praying that Ling Xiao would be safe and sound. At the same time, in the tyrannical universe, a huge ancient hell dragon was hovering in the universe. Its tail was at one end of the galaxy, but its head was at the other end. With a casual swing of its huge head, countless stars were destroyed. The surroundings of this ancient hell dragon was completely a world of ancient hellfire. It burned crazily and completely surrounded Ling Xiao. Master, you're crazy. How did you visualize such a monster? It's tens of thousands of times stronger than I was back then. No, hundreds of thousands of times stronger. The ancient hell dragon, Long Slayer, who lived in the dragon talisman, appeared at this moment and was shocked when he saw this terrifying scene. However, Ling Xiao didn't have time to answer him. The vast dragon's roar was heard, and countless stars were constantly exploding. Then, the huge ancient hell dragon drilled into Ling Xiao's small body. The key point was that Ling Xiao was still unable to move and could only let this huge body enter his body. Damn, this time it's really big. The human king once said that before completely cultivating the light and shadow profound, one must never open the second cauldron. But this time, it's purely a coincidence. I didn't want this to happen. How can there be such a huge and terrifying ancient hell dragon? If the ancient hell dragon of the mystic world is so terrifying, the human race would have been destroyed long ago. What would the human king do? Ling Xiao was also complaining in his heart. It wasn't that he was timid, but the current scene was really a little scary. As the huge ancient hell dragon drilled into Ling Xiao's body, Ling Xiao felt a terrifying heat that could completely burn his body. In any case, he was someone who controlled divine fire. Facing this heat, he was completely unable to resist. Compared to this terrifying divine dragon, Ling Xiao was like a grain of sand compared to the entire starry sky. The disparity was really too great. If not for the fact that this huge ancient hell dragon had no intention of killing him, his soul and body would have disappeared by now. One had to know that even a snake swallowing an elephant could kill itself. What's more, Ling Xiao was going to swallow an ancient hell dragon as huge as the starry sky. He really felt like he was going to die. Even when he was about to be killed in battle, he had never felt such despair. It was too miserable. Even if the archaic hell dragon didn't intend to kill him, he would still explode from the pressure. Because of a special opportunity, Ling Xiao had opened the second cauldron before the human king's conditions were met. So now he was really in an extremely dangerous situation. One careless mistake, and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. He could feel his consciousness slowly blurring, as if he was about to fall asleep. Once he slept, he would probably bid farewell to this world forever. I can't sleep, I can't die yet. The great ambition of unifying the mystic world has yet to be completed. The Moon Maiden has yet to be found. There are still so many good brothers and sisters waiting for me. Chapter 21-29. To Ling Xiao, he had too many ties and too many unfinished business. His first reincarnation was just the beginning. How could he die now? In terms of willpower, it was not that Ling Xiao looked down on others, but if he said he was second, no one would dare to say they were first. With the help of the Sky Tyrant martial soul, his willpower could even resist the heavens' mandate holy light of a king of sovereigns. He had even swallowed the demon seed. How could he admit defeat so easily? My body isn't just this physical body. The entire Sky Tyrant universe is mine. Are you going to explode? Following Ling Xiao's thoughts, the entire Sky Tyrant martial soul started to operate. The energy that had made him uncomfortable turned into countless tiny streams of energy that flowed into his body. Then, a clear imprint formed in the depths of his spirit sea. This small imprint was all-encompassing and could contain the entire immemorial Hell Dragon celestial body. Haha, I'm bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. This seal of eternity is probably more powerful than I thought. It can actually corroborate with the Human King's Dark Beast Cauldron. Interesting. Just as Ling Xiao was rejoicing and his primordial spirit returned to his body, a piercing pain shot through his body. The imprint in his spirit sea released a strange energy that rampaged through his body. It was similar to the feeling he had when he had fused with the immemorial Golden Dragon cells. However, it was much more painful than that. Damn it, why is it so painful every time I cultivate? Can it be easier? Ling Xiao closed his eyes and gritted his teeth as he tried his best to channel this energy. Fortunately, the energy released from the Hell Dragon imprint wasn't as much as before. It was released slowly, so his body could still withstand it. However, he felt a little strange. He felt as if something incredible had grown out of his body. This reminded him of the human dragon form that he had once possessed. However, at that time, the so-called human dragon form was just a way for him to use the power of the immemorial Golden Dragon's bloodline to change his body's shape. Anyone with a bloodline would be able to do so. However, the situation today seemed different. This wasn't the power of the bloodline, but the imprint in the depths of his soul. The power of the bloodline could only change one's body. However, the imprint of the soul could change anything that one's soul possessed. For example, if Ling Xiao's soul power was injected into a rock, the rock's shape would change. The strengthening of the soul was more terrifying and sturdier than the strengthening of the bloodline. At this moment, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and visualized the immemorial Hell Dragon's appearance. His body continued to change. Although he was still in his human dragon form, it was completely different from his previous form. Now that Ling Xiao was in this humanoid dragon form, he could truly feel that he was an ancient Hell Dragon. And this power that caused his body to change was the result of the combination of the Profound Beast Cauldron and the Profound Beast Seal. It was immemorial Hellboom. When his body completely transformed into the Hell Human Dragon form, a powerful and terrifying dragon chi suddenly soared into the sky. At that moment, Ling Xiao smiled. This breakthrough in his cultivation came suddenly and was a little unexpected. The middle level of the Grotto Heaven realm, a reincarnation realm martial artist's mid-level cultivation, was equivalent to a 6th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. However, with Ling Xiao's strength, he was much stronger. It's time to go out and test my power. Ling Xiao didn't withdraw his Hell Immemorial Hell Dragon form. He was already used to the changes in his body. Heavenly Demon Battle Body, Heaven Earth Queen, and so on. He already had experience in this area. Therefore, he was very familiar with the Hell Immemorial Hell Dragon form. Stepping out of the cave, Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye. His strange eyes scanned the desolate forest. In that instant, a large number of wild beasts actually fled in panic, perhaps due to the spread of the dragon chi. Roar! A furious roar came from afar. The beast king of this territory was furious. There were actually foreign demonic beasts behaving atrociously in its territory. How could it let them off? Hearing this roar, Shun Dian was shocked and hurriedly hid in Ling Xiao's storage ring. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Who exactly is the overlord of this territory? We'll soon find out. Roar! The beast's roar came closer and closer. Ling Xiao could already see the giant beast's appearance clearly. It was a huge white ape. The white ape was 5 to 6 meters tall. Its huge body flashed and moved at an extremely fast speed. When it saw Ling Xiao, it didn't stop at all. It jumped up and smashed its fists toward Ling Xiao's head. It's a Grotto Heaven Realm demon beast at the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm. It's the same cultivation as Chen Kuan. However, a demon beast is still a demon beast. It should be slightly weaker than Chen Kuan. Originally, when a martial artist cultivation was lower, a demon beast was stronger than an ordinary martial artist. However, at the Grotto Heaven Realm, a martial artist's body was comparable to a demon beast's body. Demon beasts had no advantage in this aspect. On the other hand, martial artists were obviously more skilled in martial arts. Therefore, at the same cultivation level, martial artists were obviously stronger. If Ling Xiao couldn't even defeat this white ape, then he shouldn't think about anything else. Poor guy. You can't tell the strength of your opponent. You're going to die here in the end. There wasn't a shred of emotion in Ling Xiao's eyes. It was as if the ancient hell dragon had been reborn, cold and bloodthirsty. The shadow of a dragon flashed. Then, a hand pierced the white ape's body. The white ape let out an earth-shattering scream. It finally felt fear. However, it was too late. Ling Xiao pulled his hand out instantly. He was holding the white ape's demon beast core in his hand. He didn't use any martial arts techniques. It was just a simple attack, and he killed this terrifying 7th Grotto Heaven Realm demon beast in one move. Fortunately, Chen Kuren didn't see this scene. Otherwise, Chen Kuren probably wouldn't dare to make a fuss in front of Ling Xiao again. At that time, Ling Xiao would probably lose the best chance to kill Chen Kuren. Crack! What made Shen Dian dumbfounded was that Ling Xiao actually threw the white ape's demon beast core into his mouth and ate it as if he was eating rock candy. Ling Xiao could feel that after eating this demon beast core, his intermediate Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation, which was originally unstable, had completely stabilized. Not only that, but the energy continued to be replenished. It seemed that he had the intention of continuing to advance. However, one demon beast core of a 7th Grotto Heaven Realm demon beast was definitely not enough. Even if Ling Xiao was eager to break through, he wouldn't be greedy. Every time he was promoted, he had to make steady progress. He didn't lack energy anyway. Until now, there was still a large amount of energy in the Dragon Talisman and the 18 Hell Talismans that had not been digested in the past. He swallowed demon beast cores and elixirs so that he could convert this energy as soon as possible. However, he couldn't do it too quickly. If he did, it would be easy to take a wrong path. In the end, the loss would definitely outweigh the gain. Chapter 2130. You have the ancient hell dragon soul in your body? When Ling Xiao regained his original appearance, Shen Dian asked in astonishment. Yes, what's so strange about that? Ling Xiao said with a smile. He thought that Shen Dian was making a fuss over nothing. He not only had the ancient hell dragon soul in his body, but also the ancient nature dragon soul and the ancient 5 elements dragon soul. If he said it out loud, this little girl would be scared to death. Shen Dian sighed in his heart. This time, he was really lucky to have met such an outstanding young man. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before this youth helped him regain his original appearance. Thinking about it, he felt that he hadn't been able to help Ling Xiao in any way, and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If he couldn't help Ling Xiao, it was equivalent to saying that he had lost his value. Things that had lost their value and had no emotional fetters would really be thrown away. Alright, Godly Codex, you don't have to think too much about it. The Sword of Secret Techniques is a very beneficial supplement to my battle strength. What you need to do is to help me study the seals on the Sword of Secret Techniques. The sooner you break them, the sooner I'll be able to use a more powerful secret technique. The mysteries of the 9 cauldrons were the foundation of all of Ling Xiao's martial arts. It was also the direction of Ling Xiao's main attack. The Light and Darkness Divine Cauldron and the Xian Beast Cauldron were the same. But this didn't prevent him from increasing his battle strength. For example, this secret technique sword could bring out his powerful soul power, which was also very good. Counting the time, it had been more than half a month since he broke the seal of eternal life and opened the Xian Beast Cauldron. There weren't many days left until the emergent sacrifice. Ling Xiao didn't intend to go back so early. His current cultivation needed to be consolidated, and the seal of eternal life also needed to be strengthened. It needed to be explained that the seal of eternal life had 2 seals, external and internal. The external seal was cultivated by the Palace Master of the Eternal Life Palace. The first move was the Transcendent Seal. The internal seal was opened by Ling Xiao after the seal of eternal life was connected to the Xian Beast Cauldron. At present, there was only one Hell Dragon seal. Not only could it increase the power of external seals, but it could also be used alone to increase one's cultivation. Ling Xiao planned to cultivate both internally and externally. The hard work he had put into the Transcendence Seal had not been in vain. Now, he still needed to strengthen it. Chen Kuan, oh Chen Kuan, the appearance of the 8 Immortals County's county governor prevented us from having a final showdown. I admit that it was difficult to win against you at that time. But now that I have the diabolical dragon seal, and my cultivation has skyrocketed, you are no longer worth mentioning in my eyes. I really don't know if you'll regret not attacking me together that day if you meet me again. Ling Xiao sneered and began his crazy training in the Feather Mountain Range. 6 days later, there were still 2 days before the Ascension sacrifice. Ling Xiao washed himself in the nearby river before taking out a clean set of clothes from his storage ring and putting them on. He was preparing to return to Ascension Town. Let's go, Divine Codex. When we return this time, we must give those people a huge surprise. Ling Xiao used the meteor steps and broke through the air. Now that he was getting closer and closer to his previous cultivation, he felt extremely carefree. Although he was cooperating with Ling Yuhua because of his ability to refine elixirs, he still had to be careful. After all, he was not completely safe. Only by increasing his strength and cultivation would he be able to suppress Ling Yuhua and take control of Ascension Town. Although he had suffered a lot during the 6 days of continuous special training, his understanding of the Dharma Image Seal had also improved. The Transcendence Seal could be used to visualize all the gods in the God Investiture catalog. But what he could grasp now was only a portion of Nez's and Erlang Shun's abilities. Nothing seemed like it could be accomplished overnight. Fortunately, the Transcendence Seal had been raised to the Greater Mastery Realm and was much stronger than the initial Mastery Realm. Together with the Diabolical Dragon Seal within, it would become his most powerful ultimate move. Of course, it depended on whether there was anyone who was qualified to make him use this move. After all, his Meteor Fall sword technique had also become stronger after his cultivation had increased. And this sword technique, which was originally at the Great Perfection Realm, had now reached the Transformation Realm. Its power had also increased by a lot. He believed that even if he did not use the Seal of Eternity, he could still easily defeat Chen Kuan half a month ago with just the Meteor Fall sword technique. Of course, Chen Kuan's cultivation might have increased during this period of time, but it would at most be 1 level higher. He would still not be a match for Ling Yun. When Ling Xiao stepped into the Ling family's courtyard, he saw a group of people walking out of the Ling family. He looked up and saw the county governor of the 8 Immortals County leading the group. There were 2 people beside him. One was Ling Yuhua, and the other was the Chun family's patriarch, Chun Songhai. Logically speaking, he was the Ascension King and could totally disregard the county governor of the 8 Immortals County. But this county governor was an inner disciple of the mysterious snake demon sect. Although he was the Ascension King of the Chen country, he could only be a foil. Following the 3 of them were the 2nd and 3rd generations of the Chen and Ling families. Chen Ran, Chen Long, Chen Kuan, Chen Pai, Chen Xingji, Chen Du, Ling Jian, Ling Mayu, Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Bei, and Ling Yin were all there. There were also many other youths that Ling Xiao did not recognize. Only Ling Xiao was not among them. Xiao, come over and greet the county governor. Seeing Ling Xiao, Ling Yuhua said in a deep voice. Ling Xiao smiled and cupped his hands at the county governor. This commoner pays his respects to the county governor. Hee, I've heard of you. You are the one who shocked the world during the Ling family's annual meeting. The county governor was smiling, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Ling Xiao knew what he meant. He had killed the mysterious snake envoy. As a fellow mysterious snake demon sect governor, how could he let the matter rest? He did not seek trouble directly. Ling Yun did not know what he was thinking. You flatter me, county governor. Ling Xiao said plainly. Humph, at least you have some self-awareness. These days, you fled to the wilderness. Did you think that you had escaped a calamity? However, can you escape the Ascension sacrifice? Unless you don't dare to participate. Chun Kuan suddenly snorted. Ling Xiao chuckled. Reckless fool. You will know whose calamity it is during the Ascension sacrifice. Following that, he cupped his hands at the county governor and Ling Yuhua. County governor, clan leader, I'm a little tired. I'm going back to rest. With that, He ignored everyone's gazes and walked straight to his small courtyard. Brother. Ling Jiaojiao hurriedly followed. Compared to accompanying these people, Ling Jiaojiao wanted to be with Ling Xiao the most. County Governor, please don't be angry. This child's temperament changed drastically after his parents died. Please forgive him. Ling Yuhua said hurriedly, It's fine. Chapter 2131. All right, old Patriarch Ling, there's no need to send me off. I'm here for no other reason than to hope that the Chun and Ling families can live in harmony. No matter who wins this ascension ritual, they can't take revenge on the other family in the future. Otherwise, I won't forgive them. After leaving, the prefectural governor said to Ling Yuhua, You still need to enlighten that Ling Xiao of your family. Don't ruin the relationship between the Qin and Ling families because of some trivial matter. Don't worry, prefectural governor. I understand. Ling Yuhua said hurriedly, All right, I'll return to Ascension Hall first. Remember, on the day of the Ascension ritual, all adult warriors from both families must come to Ascension Hall to drink. This is a major matter that concerns the fairness of the Ascension ritual. Don't forget. After saying that, the prefectural governor left with his entourage. Afterward, Chun Songhai also bid farewell to Ling Yuhua. On the way, Chen Kuan asked Chun Songhai very unhappily, Grandfather, why didn't you let me kill that Ling Xiao? Why are you in such a hurry? When the Ascension ritual begins, it'll be the end of the Ling family. Chun Songhai sneered. That old thing Ling Yuhua probably never dreamed that we would cooperate with the prefectural governor. Grandfather, you mean to uproot the Ling family? Chun Kuan asked in surprise. That's right. So don't think about that Ling Mayu of the Ling family. She's going to die eventually. Chen Songhai said in a deep voice, A real man can't be swayed by love. Do you understand? I understand. Chen Kuan didn't have any feelings for Ling Mayu. Although he liked her, it was only because of her beauty. He didn't care about losing such a woman. Let's go back and plan. We must ensure that the entire plan goes smoothly. Chun Songhai didn't want to say too much on the way. If someone overheard, the entire plan would fall through. At this moment, Ling Yuhua felt that there was something wrong with this ascension ritual. He also had a very uneasy feeling from the bottom of his heart. However, he couldn't figure out the reason. He had always been wary of the Qin family. The only thing he didn't expect was that the prefectural governor of the Eight Immortals County would help the Qin family deal with them. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know this. However, this did not affect him much. He didn't care about the life and death of the Ling family. However, when the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. If he were to find out about these schemes, he would probably still intervene. After all, the Ling family was now in a cooperative relationship with him, while the Qin family was in a hostile relationship. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. What's more, they were working together. Little brother, my cultivation has broken through to the 5th Grotto Heaven realm. In the courtyard, Ling Jiaojiao excitedly said to Ling Xiao, Not bad. This way, you can even suppress that Ling Mayu. Only Ling Jian is slightly stronger than you. Ling Xiao was truly happy for Ling Jiaojiao. The situation among the younger generation was very obvious. Qin Pai and Qin Kuan were in the first tier. Ling Jian and Ling Jiaojiao belonged to the second tier. Ling Yin, Ling Mayu, Chen Xingji, and Chen Du could be classified as the third tier. As for the remaining people, they could all be considered as the first rank. In the past, Ling Jiaojiao was not even as good as Ling Mayu. Since she followed Ling Xiao, she defeated Ling Mayu at the annual meeting. Now, she completely crushed Ling Mayu. Ling Xiao was an exception. He had no interest in competing with these people. His goal was always to become a martial artist of a higher level. Ling Xiao, why don't you not participate in the Yuhua sacrifice? My strength has increased now. Although I may not be as good as the Qin family, I won't lose too badly. In any case, the Ling family has never treated you well. Why should you take the risk for the Ling family's management rights in Yuhua town? In the end, Ling Jiaojiao was still worried about Ling Xiao. She did not know what had happened to Ling Xiao in the past month, but she was very clear about Chen Kuan and Qin Pai's terrifying strength. It was said that Chen Kuan's cultivation had broken through again, Reaching the 8th Grotto Heaven Realm. Chen Pai was even more terrifying. Reaching the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm. Facing these two people, Ling Xiao had no chance of winning. She knew that Ling Xiao's aptitude was better, but Chen Kuan and Chen Pai had truly lived for nearly 20 years and cultivated until now. As for Ling Xiao, he belonged to the Samsara realm. In fact, he had only cultivated for about 14 months. No matter how fast a Samsara realm martial artist cultivated, he could not compare to someone else's nearly 20 years of bitter cultivation. Jiao Jiao, the one you should be worried about is not me. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, although I can't be sure, I feel that the Chen family will definitely not show mercy in the Yuhua sacrifice this time. Not only do they want to kill me, but they might also want to kill you, Ling Jian, Ling Yan, and all the descendants of the Ling family. He did not tell this to anyone because he did not have evidence. It was just his intuition and speculation. But he believed that Ling Jiaojiao would trust him, so he said it. What? Ling Jiaojiao was dumbfounded when she heard this. Although she had not received much care since she was young, blood was thicker than water. She was different from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was not a biological descendant of the Ling family, but she was. If the Qin family really intended to do this, then she must stop them. Don't worry so much. This is just my speculation. Maybe nothing will happen. But to be prepared, I have a formation refining stone here. Keep it carefully. If something really happens that you can't solve, use the formation refining stone. At least those brats from the Chen family won't be able to solve it. Ling Xiao took out a formation refining stone and gave it to Ling Jiaojiao. He reminded her, this formation refining stone can only be used once, so you have to use it at the most critical moment. Don't use it on irrelevant people. Also, you don't have to worry about me. Qin Kuan and Qin Pai will die in my hands sooner or later. Have I ever lied to you? Ling Jiaojiao took the formation refining stone and was stunned for a while. She thought to herself, it seems that's true. Ling Xiao has never lied to me. If he said he would defeat someone, then he would definitely defeat them. Why should she be overly worried? All right then, but can I share your intuition with the others? Ling Jiaojiao asked. Yes, but people will definitely not believe it. Ling Xiao understood that Ling Jiaojiao was different from other people in the Ling family. She was not a heartless person. Therefore, there were some words that Ling Jiaojiao knew would be ridiculed, but she would still say it. As for whether it would be effective or not, that was another matter. She had to have a clear conscience. Not long after Ling Jiaojiao left, someone came to the small courtyard to make trouble. In fact, it was not a trouble. They just came to complain. Ling Jian and Ling Mayu both came. They did not dare to rush into Ling Zhao's small courtyard. They could only question Ling Xiao at the door. Ling Jian said, you measure the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Qin Kuan and Imo you are engaged. How could he be ruthless to her? Yes, Brother Kuan is not a shameless person like you. Chapter 2132. Haha, when there's really trouble, I hope you won't ask me to save you. Ling Xiao sneered and said, believe it or not, get lost? After saying that, Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the door of the small courtyard closed with a bang. Ling Jian and Ling Mayu both had ugly expressions. Let's go, Mayu. The facts will prove everything. When the time comes, I'll see what Ling Xiao has to say. Finally, Ling Jian took a deep breath and said, well, I believe in Brother Zhao's character. He absolutely won't do anything to me. Ling Mayu nodded, and the two left together. Ling Xiao didn't know about this, nor was he interested in knowing. He really didn't care about the life and death of these two people at all. 2 days later, the Ascension sacrifice officially began. All the adult martial artists of the Ling family and the Chen family went to the banquet in Ascension Hall. After all, it was the 8 Immortals County's county chief who invited them, and no one dared to disobey. The juniors of the two families all gathered outside the Ascension mountain range to prepare for the 3-day survival test in the wild. This was also the essence of the Ascension sacrifice. Anyone whose cultivation had reached the celestial realm or above had to participate in this test, while those whose cultivation had not reached the required level had to stay in the courtyard. In terms of total number, the Qin family had more juniors than the Ling family, and a lot more. The Ling family only had 75 juniors, while the Qin family had more than 100. But no one said that this was unfair. After all, the Qin family's ability to produce more than 100 juniors who had reached the celestial realm was also their ability. In terms of overall strength, except for the variable Ling Xiao, the Qin family was also stronger than the Ling family. But even so, there were too many variables to survive in the wild. Not only did they have to survive for 3 days, but they also had to hunt as many monster cores as possible. The whole process was monitored by the experts sent by the 8 Immortals County. So cheating was impossible, and no one dared to do so. Once they did, the final outcome might be even worse. At the same time, the two families in Ascension Hall were also talking and laughing in harmony. It was a completely peaceful scene. Those who didn't know would think that the relationship between the two families was very good. Only the two families knew that they had been fighting in private for so many years. On the way, the younger generation of the Ling family walked in front, under the leadership of Ling Jian and Ling Mayu. On the other hand, Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao were completely separated from the rest of the group, falling far behind them. It was as if they did not fit in with the group in front of them. Ling Xiao, you must be careful. Although I believe that you have the means to protect yourself, since you have already guessed that those fellows from the Qin family will do anything to kill you, you must be very careful. Then they will definitely not be open and above board. They will definitely play tricks. You must be careful. Ling Jiaojiao had already told the Ling family everything she needed to say, but to her dismay, no one was willing to listen to her. However, she was not sad. She had done everything she could. She had done everything she could. Now, the person she cared about the most was still Ling Xiao. You don't have to worry about me. You, on the other hand, remember to use the Alchemy Formation Stone at critical moments. As long as you activate the Alchemy Formation Stone, I will know that you are in trouble and will definitely rush over to save you. Ling Jiaojiao cared about Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao also cared about Ling Jiaojiao. This was a true family. Unlike the rest of the Ling family, who treated their own people like enemies, it made people quite speechless. When they were about to reach their destination, Ling Jian and Ling Mayu deliberately walked to the back of the group. Ling Jian looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, "Grandpa said that if you are in danger, you can ask me for help. Although I really hate you, since it is Grandpa's order, I will definitely obey." Ling Mayu also said, "Me too. I believe that if I plead with Brother Zhao, he should give me face. Hee. I hope that the person who asks for help in the end is me, and not you." Ling Xiao smiled, and a hint of ridicule appeared on his face. Ling Yuhua still knew to protect him, but unfortunately, it was too late. If he had been good to him and his parents when he entered the world of reincarnation, then he would definitely not be ungrateful today. But now, this kind of hypocritical protection only made him feel disgusted. Humph, dog-biting Lu Rinxian. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Big brother, let's go. Ling Mayu heard Ling Jian's words and was naturally very unhappy. Ling Jian nodded and immediately left. At this time, everyone of the Qin family had gathered at the departure place. Waiting there were also experts from the 8 Immortals County. Seeing Ling Xiao, Chen Kuan revealed a sinister smile and made a throat-slitting gesture. The meaning was obvious. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to him. This was the second time Ling Xiao completely ignored Chen Kuan. At this time, Ling Xiao's eyes were fixed on the experts sent by the 8 Immortals County. There were a total of 4 experts, all of whom were high-level Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. The strongest among them was at the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm, and the other 3 were at the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm. These 4 were the supervisors and referees of this survival in the wilderness. The person in the lead was wearing an official's robe. He should be someone from the imperial court. His face was cold, revealing a strong, murderous aura. Who knew how many evildoers had been killed by his hands? Reporting to Lord Lin, all of the Ling family's younger generation of Heaven Realm martial artists have arrived. Ling Jian stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said to the person in the lead, "Since you're here, let's go." Lord Lin only responded coldly, and then walked forward. The 3 people under him disappeared into the forest, making it so mysterious. How ridiculous! Ling Xiao could not help but laugh in his heart. If he was just an ordinary child, he would probably be very respectful to Lord Lin. However, he was a martial artist who had reincarnated, and his cultivation was much stronger than Lord Lin's. Therefore, he did not have the slightest respect for Lord Lin. Instead, he was vigilant. He had the Tai Chi eye, and was very sensitive to anyone's aura. 2 days ago, he had deduced that the county governor and the Chen family might be harmful to the Ling family. It was not just a simple intuition, but also came from the viciousness and murderous aura he felt from the county governor and Chan Songhai. Today, the same aura came from Lord Lin, and it made him very uncomfortable. However, only he could feel this aura. The others followed closely behind. That Ling Mayu even shamelessly ran to the Qin family's team and chatted with Chen Zhao, arm in arm. How was there any meaning of competition? She was just short of sending herself to someone else's bed. No, perhaps Qin Kuan had already slept with this woman. Ling Zhaojiao followed Ling Xiao from beginning to end. In her world, there was only Ling Xiao. To her, other people were really nothing. Zhaojiao, didn't you admire Chen Pai before? Today, your idol is here. Why don't you come and talk to him? Ling Moyu was clearly deliberately trying to embarrass Ling Xiao. In the entire Ling family, the only one who was willing to walk with Ling Xiao was Ling Zhaojiao. Chapter 21:33. Chen Pai also looked at Ling Zhaojiao. This kid was younger than Chen Pai, but he had a jade-like face and starry eyes. He was a typical handsome guy. Not only that, but his cultivation was stronger than Chen Kuan's. Standing there, although his face was cold, he charmed many girls. Whether it was the girls of the Chen family or the Ling family, they all howled at him, just like female dogs in heat. However, Ling Zhaojiao just glanced at Ling Moyu indifferently and said, "Sister, don't you know what time it is now? Once you enter the Feather Mountain Range, the Ling family and the Chun family will become competitors. Don't you think there's something wrong with you beaming with joy with your opponent? Don't be sold and count the money for them." Perhaps because she had been with Ling Xiao for a long time, Ling Zhaojiao did not have the slightest good impression of the Chen family. You really think that Ling Xiao has taught you bad things? You really are a nest of snakes and rats, good-for-nothing things. Ling Mayu shouted angrily. Loser, you actually dare to say that others are good for nothing. I think you'd better put your mind on cultivation. Otherwise, do you think you still have a status in the Ling family? Ling Zhaojiao's mouth did not yield, and her words hit the nail on the head. Ha ha ha, well said. Some people want to suck up to others with a thick face and complain that others don't suck up to them. Don't you feel ashamed? Ling Xiao laughed heartily, but it made Chen Pai's face gloomy like a black fog. Sooner or later you'll cry. Chen Pai gritted his teeth and secretly thought. He could not wait for the feather sacrifice to begin now. The moment the feather sacrifice began was his hunting time. Okay, from here on out, the entire Feather Mountain Range is your wilderness survival site. If you feel that you don't have the ability, just move around the edge. If you feel that you have the ability, go deeper. I only have one request, and that is, after 3 days, bring the demonic beast cores you've hunted and gather here. When scoring, it will be based on the demonic beast cores you've obtained and the survival rate of you martial artists. Do you understand? Lord Lin, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped and turned around to say to everyone. This guy always had a straight face when he spoke, as if everyone owed him money. Remember, your every move in this barren mountain will be under our surveillance. The crystal cores of the demonic beasts must be from the demonic beasts you hunt or snatch from the hands of others. If you prepare them in advance and are discovered by us, you will die. Everyone was guessing how these 4 people were going to monitor the 100 or so people. Sir Lin seemed to have read their minds and said, "If any of you think you're strong enough to escape our surveillance, you can try. If you get killed, don't blame us for being ruthless." Hearing Master Lin's words, the young boys and girls were all extremely nervous. But at the same time, he relaxed. In that case, if they were in danger, these people would probably save them. Ling Mayu and Ling Jian increasingly did not believe in Ling Zhao's warning. They increasingly felt that Ling Xiao was simply gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. You are not allowed to have any objections to the rules. All right, let's start climbing the mountain. Lord Lin waved his hand and released a dense, murderous aura, scaring many people into hurriedly rushing into the dense forest. However, at that moment, there were mournful screams. Someone was killed by the demonic beasts ambushing in the forest. Because there was such an emergent sacrifice every year, some demonic beasts had also grasped this rule. On this day, a large number of demonic beasts would ambush the martial artists on the path they must pass through and carry out a sneak attack. Don't panic, Qin family people, follow me. Chun Pai was indeed the strongest of the younger generation of the Qin family. In this situation, he was still very calm. Since the demonic beasts have an ambush, it saves us a lot of time. With this order, the Qin family people calmed down and followed Qin Pai, Qin Kuan, Qin Xingji, and Qin Du to start a counterattack against the demonic beasts. Ling Mayu, that stupid woman, also joined the ranks of the Qin family. This caused Ling Jian to be unable to maintain his composure. Ling family children, follow me. But there was no other way. The Qin family had already started hunting demonic beasts. Their Ling family could not fall behind. Ling Jian called out to Ling Yin, and the two led the rest of the children to the other side. Jiao Jiao, follow the group. If there are any changes, you can fish in troubled waters. Ling Xiao planned to enter the depths of the Emergence Mountain range, so of course, he could not bring Ling Jiaojiao along. Fortunately, there were many people in the Ling family. Ling Xiao felt that even if the Qin family had plans to attack the Ling family, they would not rashly launch an attack. At least Ling Jiaojiao was relatively safe with Ling Jian and the others. I'll listen to you. Ling Jiaojiao nodded and stepped into the dense forest. At this point, only Ling Xiao was still outside. His gaze was coldly cast towards Lord Lin. It made Lord Lin's hair stand. Bastard, why aren't you going in? Lord Lin roared. Before you go in, I want you to help me pass a message to your county governor. I don't care about other people's lives, and I won't stop you from doing whatever you want. But if you dare to hurt someone, he will definitely regret it. After saying that, Ling Xiao scurried into the dense forest without looking back. Lord, that kid seems to have guessed our plan? As soon as Ling Xiao left, a person scurried out of the dense forest and said to Lord Lin, "So what if he guessed it? How dare he threaten the county governor? Who does he think he is? Don't worry so much. Act according to the original plan." Lord Lin waved his hand. Of course, he would not take Ling Xiao's words to heart. However, Lord Lin might not have thought that this casual way of handling things would cause his family to be destroyed and he would die a tragic death. Sometimes, people were like this. When the opportunity to live was right in front of them and they did not cherish it, it would be too late when they turned around and wanted to grab it again. Not to mention them, Ling Xiao had already entered the pitch-black, dense forest and was heading deeper. He was not interested in the mission of the Ascension ritual. Whoever won or lost did not have much to do with him. He only wanted to use this opportunity to kill those two bastards, Qin Kuan and Qin Pai. However, the Ascension ritual would last for 3 days, and he was not in a hurry. He would wait for those fellows to obtain enough demonic beast crystal cores before he suddenly made his move. At that time, not only would he be able to kill those two fellows, but he would also obtain a large number of demonic beast crystal cores. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and he would be able to obtain a large number of demonic beast crystal cores. Over the next 2 days, he planned to take the opportunity to explore deeper and see if he could find better herbs to help him refine better pills. It would lay a good foundation for him to advance to the Yin-Yang realm. Although he would definitely succeed in advancing to the Yin-Yang realm again, the process was still not that easy and required the help of pills. Chapter 2134. In 2 days, Ling Xiao had gathered a large number of herbs deep in the mountains. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, his mountain river world was big enough to accommodate them. He wasn't sure what kind of pills he would refine in the future. Therefore, the more herbs he had, the better. Moreover, the herbs in the Black Tortoise continent were much better than those in the Divine Phoenix continent. He even wanted to move the entire Feather Mountain range. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to do so. HM? Isn't that Lord Lin? On the afternoon of the 2nd day, Ling Xiao had already entered deeper into the wilderness than the previous time. To ensure his safety, he used his Taiji eye to carefully observe his surroundings. Suddenly, he saw a figure a few kilometers away. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was Lord Lin of the Eight Immortals County. What is this fellow doing here instead of supervising the assessment? Ling Xiao was puzzled, so he sped up and flew forward. After about half a kilometer, his Taiji eye became clearer. A few hundred meters away from Lord Lin, a ferocious demon beast was crouching. This demon beast's strength had reached the peak of the half-step Yin-Yang realm. This was a true Grotto Heaven demon king. This demon beast looked like a huge lion, but it was a little strange. This lion's body was black like coal, but its eyes emitted a golden light that made people tremble. Golden-eyed black lion. Ling Xiao remembered that there was such a ferocious creature in the book. According to the book, wherever the golden-eyed black lion appeared, the hell fruit would definitely appear. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the golden-eyed black lion and was overjoyed. There really was a fruit tree about a meter tall there, and there were 4 fruits on the tree that emitted the aura of hell. The fruit looked strange, like a ball of black flame. They looked like they hadn't ripened yet. The hell fruit was good stuff. Directly consuming it could greatly increase a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist cultivation. The amount of increase depended on the individual's potential. If it was refined into the Yin-Yang Hell Pill and directly consumed, it could allow a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist to step into the Yin-Yang realm without any hindrance. This was definitely a divine pill. No wonder Master Lin was guarding there. It was probably for the hell fruit. However, based on Ling Xiao's understanding of the hell fruit, it would take at least 10 days for it to ripen. Master Lin did not understand these things, which was why he had been guarding this place. Otherwise, as long as the golden-eyed black lion was here, no one would dare to casually pick it. Hee, no matter what, help me guard it. Ling Xiao, will definitely get the hell fruit. With a sneer, Ling Xiao changed his direction and fled to the other side. After running for about a mile, he suddenly stopped. Your Excellency has been following me for so long. Aren't you afraid of being tired? Ling Xiao turned around and looked at a dense patch of shrubs as he spoke. From the bushes, a cold light suddenly shot out and attacked Ling Xiao. Then, a figure rushed over almost at the same time. Ling Xiao saw it clearly in an instant. It was none other than one of Master Lin's 3 subordinates, a guy whose cultivation had reached Grotto Heaven Realm 9. His face turned cold. He had already warned these bastards not to attack him. This guy actually attacked him directly? In that case, don't blame him. Seeing the cold light fly over, Ling Xiao instantly activated the Hell Dragon Seal and entered his Hell Human Dragon form. In that instant, his aura suddenly soared, and his battle strength rose by at least 3 realms. His cultivation was originally at the middle level of the Grotto Heaven realm, which was equivalent to an ordinary warrior's Grotto Heaven Realm 6 cultivation. Now that his battle strength had risen by 3 realms, it was equivalent to his opponent's realm. Under such circumstances, he had always been able to crush his opponents. Clang! The cold light was sent flying by Ling Xiao's casual slap. How could the tough dragon claw be so easily pierced? That person seemed to have realized that the situation was not good. He turned around and tried to escape, but suddenly, an ice arrow shot down from the sky. Although it did not pierce through that person, it made that person stagger and his movements become much slower. It was naturally the godly codex that had released the secret ice arrow. Beautiful, Ling Xiao praised. He instantly appeared in front of that person and grabbed his neck with his terrifying dragon claw. Then, he activated his 3-leaf demon eyes. Soul capture. He wanted to find out something from this person, but was too lazy to ask. Therefore, he decided to use the 3-leaf demon eyes to capture the soul. Why are you following me? Ling Xiao asked. That person's eyes were glazed over as he replied mechanically, Lord Lin ordered me to kill anyone within a 1-mile radius of the hell fruit. I see. Tell me everything you know about the Ascension sacrifice. Ling Xiao said again. The county governor ordered us to assist the younger generation of the Chen family to kill the younger generation of the Ling family. The battle has been going on for a long time, and not many of the younger generation of the Ling family are left. That person answered, What? Ling Xiao had previously predicted that the Chun family would make a move, but he did not expect it to be to this extent. If anything happens to Jiao Jiao, I will make your county governor pay with his life. Ling Xiao suddenly exerted force in his hand. In the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm, martial artist died on the spot. He was burned to ashes by the black flames. Godly Codex, let's go. Ling Xiao used the meteor steps and shuttled through the dense forest. Godly Codex flew back into Ling Xiao's storage ring. Although it was just a small demonstration, Ling Xiao and Godly Codex worked well together. Godly Codex's secret sword attack might not be very powerful, but it could be of great use at critical moments. For Ling Xiao, Godly Codex was a great help at this stage. Godly Codex, as long as you help me sincerely, I will definitely help you break the seal and reconstruct your physical body. Ling Xiao was a very simple person. He would treat anyone who treated him well. If the Ling family had treated him slightly better, he would have repaid them generously. Unfortunately, they did not. The Ling family had completely disappointed him. He was not going to save others. He was going purely for Ling Jiaojiao. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and could clearly see the situation a few miles ahead. In addition to that person's guidance, he did not want to go in the wrong direction. As for why the Qin family would join forces with the county governor of the 8 Immortals County to eliminate the Ling family, he did not know. He did not want to know. Because to him, it did not matter much. His figure streaked through the forest like a meteor. Many corpses began to appear on the ground. Most of them were from the Ling family. Occasionally, 1 or 2 corpses of the Chun family's disciples would appear. After all, the Ling family's martial artists were not to be trifled with. Ling Jian, Ling Jiaojiao, and Ling Yin were not to be trifled with. There were people there. About 5 to 6 miles away, Ling Xiao saw a few people surrounded by the Qin family. However, the aura was too chaotic, and he could not see who was there. Chapter 2135. At this time, in the place Ling Xiao just saw, Ling Jian, Ling Mayu, and Ling Yin were all covered in blood. Anger and confusion could be seen on the faces of the 3 men. Especially Ling Mayu. He questioned Chun Kuan more than once. Why? Why is this happening? Brother Kuan, we are going to get married. We once swore that we would be together forever. Why are you doing this to me? It seems that Ling Xiao was right. These dogs of the Qin family really want to kill all of us. Ling Jian gritted his teeth and said, I really regret it. If I had listened to Ling Xiao and paid attention, I wouldn't have been attacked so miserably. The Qin family's killing of the Ling family started suddenly. When they entered the dense forest, Qin Pai also said that the 2 families should make a gentleman's agreement not to attack each other. At that time, they would only compete on who hunted more monsters, not to kill each other. But in an instant, Qin Pai's face changed. Everyone in the Qin family changed their faces and launched a bloody massacre of the Ling family. When all this happened, most of the Ling family did not react at all. Therefore, only the stronger Ling Jian, Ling Yin, Ling Jiaojiao, and Ling Mayu survived to the second day. The rest were all dead. More than 70 people, they were all the future of the Ling family, but they were all killed. This blow was really too heavy. Ling Mayu still shook his head, as if he did not believe the reality in front of him. Or rather, he did not dare to face it. Why don't we ask Ling Xiao for help? Ling Yin said. As a reincarnated martial artist, Ling Yin naturally showed calmness and composure that did not match his age. At this time, only Ling Xiao could save them. Forget it. If he comes, he will just die. Besides, we offended him so badly before. Do you think he will still come? Ling Jian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ling Yin was also silent. All along, he was very clear about how the Ling family treated Ling Xiao. Now that he was in trouble and wanted Ling Xiao to help, how could Ling Xiao help? Besides, how could Ling Xiao be a match for the dozens of people around him? Don't forget that Qin Kuan, an expert at the 8th Grotto Heaven Realm, was among them. He suddenly didn't want Ling Xiao to come. Perhaps Ling Xiao was still alive and could avenge them. But now that he was here, there was nothing left. Idiot woman, haven't you heard? A real man doesn't care about trifles. You're just a woman. How could I give up the family's matters for you? Kill them. Qin Kuan waved his hand. The three people in the encirclement had been surrounded for nearly 2 hours. Although they were stubbornly resisting, it was almost time to reel in the net. After finishing the important matters here, they still had to return to Yuhua Town to celebrate with the adults of the Qin family. Despair. True despair. Ling Jian, Ling Mayu, and Ling Yin all revealed looks of despair that they had never had before. Chun Kuan, I'm a disciple of the 7-Star Sword Palace. Mayu is a disciple of the Ling Long Palace. If you dare to kill us, the 7-Star Sword Palace and the Ling Long Palace won't let this go. Ling Jian roared. Ha 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 ha, do you really think that those two major forces will go to war for 2 mere outer court disciples? No way, you two really think too highly of yourselves. Besides, don't forget that this is the Yuhua mountain range. You were all killed by demonic beasts. What does it have to do with our Qin family? Qin Kuan laughed wantonly. Today's plan was really too perfect. Do you think that the adults of our Ling family will believe? Only you guys are fine, but we're all dead? Ling Jian said coldly. To tell you the truth, they won't live past today. Didn't you notice that even if we killed you guys crazily, the judges didn't stop us? Qin Kuan said these words and felt his mood become much better. No, it should be said that it was great, especially when he saw the other party's expression as if they had seen a ghost. He became excited. At this time, the Qin family's disciples began their attack again. Ling Jian, Ling Mayu, and Ling Yan's resistance became weaker and weaker. On one hand, it was because they were really too tired. On the other hand, it was because their hearts were dead. If even the 8 Immortals County's county chief was scheming against them and wanted them to die, could they still survive? Impossible. Oh my, where's the energy you used to bully me? Why are you so embarrassed today? Suddenly, a contemptuous voice came from the treetops, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked up and saw Ling Xiao standing on a branch, indifferently looking at everything that was happening below. He didn't make a move because Ling Jian and Ling Mayu were not worthy of his saving. Ling Yin didn't bully him, but it had nothing to do with him. Don't mock us at this time. We admit that you're right. The Qin family is indeed going to make a move. Hurry up and run. If you can escape, it'll count. Someone must tell the Qin family's doings. Ling Jian saw Ling Xiao and suddenly shouted. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to save them. Although they didn't bully Ling Xiao, they did have the intention to kill Ling Xiao. It was unrealistic to expect Ling Xiao to save them. Plus, with Ling Xiao's strength, how could it be worth watching? It was better not to make a move. Escape? Since he has delivered himself to the door, do you think he can still escape? Qin Kuan saw Ling Xiao and instantly released an astonishing killing intent. That day in Yuhua Town, if it wasn't for the county chief's sudden appearance, you would have been dead. It's your good fortune to be able to live until today, but everything ends here. Xindian, go find Ling Jiaojiao. Inform me immediately after you find her. Anyway, Ling Xiao didn't know where Ling Jiaojiao was at this time. He planned to deal with Chun Kuan first. Yes. Xundian came out of the storage ring and flew away. The secret sword was recognized by Ling Mayu and Qin Kuan at the same time. So it's you. Ling Mayu said in surprise. So it's you, kid. It seems that we have to settle the old and new grudges together today. Qin Kuan became even angrier. His killing intent was incomparably dense. Yes, I was the one who took the sword. So what if you know? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully and jumped down from the tree into the encirclement. Remember what I said a few days ago? Are you going to ask me for help now? Ling Xiao looked back at Ling Jian and Ling Mayu and sneered. Both of their faces were very ugly. Their faces were burning uncomfortably. They didn't expect that the words of that day would become a reality. You go quickly. You can't save us. Ling Jian sighed. Don't try to act all high and mighty. How can you possibly save us? Ling Mayu also said, Brother Ling Xiao, I, Ling Yin, only ask you to help me take revenge. This is my token before reincarnation. Take it. It will be good for you in the future. Ling Yin took out something from the storage ring. It looked like a jade tablet. Chapter 2136. Ling Xiao knew that Ling Jian, Ling Mayu, and Ling Yin did not believe him. But he wanted these 3 people to kneel down and beg him, even if he saved them and then let them perish on their own, not for anything else, just to trample on their dignity, just like how these guys treated him in the past. So he had to do something. Let these 3 people believe that he had the ability to save people. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you're really a failure. Others don't believe in your strength. You might as well kill yourself. Chen Kuan laughed and did not make a move. Perhaps from his point of view, Ling Xiao was not even comparable to the 3 people who were surrounded. Killing Ling Xiao was as easy as it could get. Brother, don't kill him later. We have to avenge ourselves. Chun Xingji stared at Ling Xiao and said, Yes, brother. I'm going to skin this kid alive. Chindu also said loudly, Don't worry. I'll be merciful. I won't let him die so easily. Chen Kuan showed a ferocious expression and said with a smile, This kid dared to steal my things. I must torture him and make him kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, so that you too can vent your anger. That's great, brother. Chun Xingji and Chun Du knew that they were not Ling Xiao's opponents, but with Chun Kuren here, they had nothing to be afraid of. What's more, except for the 6 or 7 people who died and the dozen people who followed Chen Pai to search for Ling Jiaojiao, the rest were all here. With so many people, they really didn't believe that Ling Xiao could overturn the sky. Ling Xiao kept his Tai Chi eye open and saw the answer he wanted from Chen Xingji and Chen Du's eyes. Ling Jiaojiao had not been caught yet, which made him relieved. He hoped that the divine grimoire could find Ling Jiaojiao first. Otherwise, Ling Jiaojiao was not Chen Pai's opponent. Forget it, don't think so much. Let's solve the matter in front of us first. Anyway, it had to be solved eventually. Moreover, Ling Jiaojiao had the alchemy formation stone that he gave her. Even if she was found, she would be safe. Chen Kuan, what's the point of you blabbering so much? Why don't you try and see if my sword or your saber is stronger? Ling Xiao immediately summoned his iron sword and pointed it at Chen Kuan. A frenzied energy surged within his body. Even without using the diabolical dragon seal, Ling Xiao was still confident that he could easily defeat Chen Kuan, who was at the 8th paradise realm. Before he entered the cycle of reincarnation, he could already defeat opponents 3 levels higher than him. Now, every time he advanced a level, he was stronger than before. Chen Kuan's cultivation was only 2 levels higher than his, so he could easily kill him. There was no need for him to use the seal of eternal life. He only needed the falling star sword to solve the problem. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant even at death's door. Let me tell you the truth. Today, the prefectural governor has invited the Chen and Ling families to a banquet at Yuhua restaurant. Everyone from your Ling family will die. From today onwards, the Ling clan will be completely removed from Yuhua town. Chen Kuan roared with laughter as he drew his battle saber. A powerful aura enveloped the battle saber, as though he was going to cripple Ling Xiao. He would then hand him over to his younger brother and sister to be tortured to death. Why is the prefectural governor doing this? Ling Jian could not help but ask. I'm not sure. The prefectural governor probably saw that your Ling family had thoughts of rebellion. Chen Kuan smiled and said, However, what's the point of knowing? You can't change anything. You sure talk a lot of nonsense. Ling Xiao was different from Ling Jian. He had no interest in knowing why the prefectural governor wanted to deal with the Ling family. He only knew that Chen Kuan had to die today. After killing this trash, he still had to find Ling Jiaojiao. The moment he said that, Ling Xiao shook the iron sword in his hand. It streaked across the void with a flash of starlight. 7 stars annihilation sword. The starlight was resplendent before it was destroyed. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the entire area was filled with this terrifying starry sword chi. Kill. Ling Xiao's voice echoed in the void. Chen Kuan finally revealed a horrified expression. He could not block it. It was too fast, too strong. Stop. A roar came from somewhere. Others did not see it, but Ling Xiao saw it. It was one of Lord Lin's subordinates. When the Ling family's disciples were killed, he did not appear. However, when he was about to kill Chen Kuan, this person suddenly appeared. However, do you think I'll stop just because you asked me to? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. The iron sword slashed across Chen Kuan's neck. A big head fell to the ground instantly. When the head fell to the ground, Chun Kuen's eyes were still wide open and his mouth was agape. It was as if he could not believe that he would die in the hands of Ling Xiao. Now, do you believe in my strength? He withdrew his sword and returned to his original position. Ling Xiao asked contemptuously. At this moment, Ling Jin, Ling Mayu, and Ling Yin were in a trance, frightened and excited. I beg you, please save us. Ling Jian was the first to kneel down and shouted, Brother Ling Xiao, save me, save me. I was wrong before. I looked down on you, but I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Ling Mayu was the second to kneel down. Only Ling Yin did not kneel. Ling Yin looked at Ling Xiao and smiled bitterly. Your strength really surprised me. However, I, Ling Yin, was also a character before I entered the world of reincarnation. It's impossible for me to kneel down and ask you for help. However, if you can save me, I, Ling Yin, will serve you for the rest of my life. You're not bad. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yin and nodded. He valued people who could uphold their dignity and not kneel in the face of life and death. Moreover, he really needed such a helper in the Black Tortoise continent. You'll follow me in the future. As for the two of you, I won't kill you, but I can't save you either. I've already killed Chen Kuan. Whether you can survive or not depends on your luck. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Jian and Ling Mayu indifferently, then grabbed Ling Yan's clothes and jumped out of the encirclement. They won't survive. Lin Daren's men chased after them. The rest of the Chun family crazily attacked Ling Jian and Ling Mayu. Although it was Ling Xiao who killed Chen Kuan, those people were not Ling Xiao's opponents. With this person dealing with Ling Xiao, they naturally vented all their hatred on those two people. Whether they live or not, it has nothing to do with me. I'm not the one who wants to kill them. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Daren's men. Well, for the time being, he'll call them Number 2 Man. Number 1 Man had been killed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't let go of Number 2 Man, because when Ling Xiao entered the Yuhua mountain range, he had already warned Lin Daren that if they dared to make a move on him and Ling Jiaojiao, he would make these people pay the price. Since these people didn't listen, he didn't mind sending them to the Western Paradise. Ling Yin, eat this and recover as soon as possible. Then go and kill Qin Xingji and Chengdu for me. They are really not worthy of me personally killing them. Ling Xiao casually handed a medicinal pill to Ling Yin. Understood. Chapter 2137. To think that you still have the time to care about others. After killing Chen Kuan, you can only pay with your life. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to Lord Lin and the Ascendant King. The second subordinate looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Make your move. I hope that you're different from Chen Kuan. Not only do you know how to talk nonsense, but you also have true abilities. Ling Xiao said indifferently. To be honest, if he were to fight this person face to face without the divine grimoire, it would take him quite some time to kill this person. However, he only wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Therefore, he had to make a move to gain the upper hand. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent didn't understand his strength, he would suddenly burst out and kill him. All right, then you can go to hell. Sure enough, Number 2 did not waste any more words and directly attacked Ling Xiao. The terrifying aura of a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm expert burst out. The surrounding withered branches and leaves danced wildly as though a strong tornado had been set off. If an ordinary 6th Grotto Heaven Realm expert were to encounter this aura, they would definitely be frightened and wouldn't even be able to move their legs. However, Ling Xiao was still standing there. He even kept his metal sword, as though he wasn't planning to make a move. Himph. In the face of absolute strength, any tricks are useless. I'm really surprised that you could kill Chen Kuan. However, against me, you don't stand a chance. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He had already released the Hell Dragon Seal in his body. His inner strength had completely transformed into the dark purple Hell Dragon Fire. It was roaring and rolling in his body. However, he was suppressing it and hadn't released it yet. This kind of terrifying aura was truly terrifying. As for the aura released by the second subordinate, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Tricks, huh? Since you've seen through it, I can only fight it out. 8 Swords. Star River Explosion. The metal sword that had been kept suddenly appeared again. Then, Ling Xiao brandished the sword and pierced it forward. It was as though a star river had exploded in a small area, producing an extremely terrifying force. Number 2 subordinate's lips curled into a sneer. You want to block my attack with just this? Boom. The sword chi exploded and collided with the second subordinate's fists. The second subordinate didn't retreat, but Ling Xiao took a few steps back. Die. Number 2 continued to attack, but he was still very careful because he was afraid that this cunning brat still had other tricks up his sleeve. 9 swords. Universe break. While retreating, Ling Xiao stomped his feet on the ground and suddenly jumped up, thrusting out his sword. An even more terrifying power erupted. It was actually much stronger than before. Number 2's fist was pierced by the sword, and he was knocked back several steps. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, this is all you have. Number 2 laughed and said, but it's too early for you to be proud. I was just testing you. F***CK. He's still not dead? He escaped. Ling Xiao turned around and ran at an extremely fast speed. Where do you think you're going? Number 2 was even faster. Ling Yin was currently recuperating, and upon seeing this scene, he became a little anxious. Although the effects of the pill were not bad, the time was too short, and it was impossible for him to recover. However, this guy actually stood up and blocked in front of Number 2's subordinate. I, Ling Yin, will never regret what I said. He saved my life, and I will repay him with my life. Ling Xiao, run. Ling Yin let out a loud roar and released all of his aura. The shadow of a mountain appeared behind him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was too far away from Number 2's strength. He couldn't block it and could only delay it. Ling Xiao looked back, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He had 2 purposes for this series of actions. One was to let Number 2's subordinate look down on him and think that he had done his best. Then, he could suddenly attack and kill him. The other purpose was to test Ling Yin. If Ling Yin didn't save him, then he would naturally abandon Ling Yin. On the contrary, he would treat Ling Yin as a brother. Now that he had achieved his goal, it was time to end everything. Ling Yin closed his eyes. Dying in the hands of such a master was better than dying in the hands of that bastard Chen Zhao. A violent force rushed toward him, and he could even feel blood dripping from his skin. However, all of a sudden, the energy disappeared with a loud bang. Ling Yin opened his eyes in confusion, but what he saw shocked him. Number 2's subordinate was lying on the ground, motionless. Ling Xiao was standing on top of him, and the pitch-black flames were burning the body of Number 2's subordinate that had already been killed. What are you waiting for? Don't you believe what you see? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. No, it's too shocking. How can your strength be so strong? Ling Xiao was also a martial artist who had entered the reincarnation stage. Wasn't Ling Xiao's improvement a little too fast? It was completely beyond common sense. There's no need to be shocked. I was just giving you a small test. Although that healing pill is real, its quality is not good. Take this healing pill and use it. There's also a Qi eruption pill. It can double your fighting strength for an hour. I'll leave the Qin family to you. I'm going to find Ling Jiaojiao. Ling Xiao casually threw 2 pills to Ling Yin. How could he not trust someone who could save him with his life in a critical moment? Ling Yin was a friend worth making. Then, Ling Xiao turned and left. Ling Yin stared blankly at the direction where Ling Xiao disappeared, and his heart was filled with complex feelings. If he had made the wrong choice, then he would probably be a corpse now. Fortunately, he didn't forget his principles before reincarnating at the critical moment. He looked at the 2 pills that Ling Xiao gave him and swallowed them together. Damn the Qin family. Since I, Ling Yin, have kept my life, you don't have to live anymore. He was a reincarnated warrior and a powerful warrior who had killed many people. Today, he almost died in the hands of a group of children. It was obvious how angry he was. Now that there was a chance for revenge, how could he give it up? What awaited those Qin family members was a bloody massacre. Let's not talk about Ling Yin. After Ling Xiao killed the second subordinate, he started to look for the third subordinate. He believed that the third subordinate must be with Chun Pai. Among these 3 people, one followed Master Lin, One was responsible for protecting Chen Kuan, and the last one was responsible for protecting Chen Pai. However, he didn't see the figure of the third subordinate within the range of his Tai Chi eye. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a possibility. Could Ling Jiaojiao have escaped? Therefore, he changed his direction and chased after Yuhua Town. About 7 or 8 minutes later, he saw a battle in progress on a mountain road about 1 mile away from Yuhua Town. Ling Jiaojiao was being played by Chen Pai. Chen Pai could have killed Ling Jiaojiao, but he deliberately didn't. He only played and tortured Ling Jiaojiao to his heart's content. Chapter 2138. Perhaps Ling Jiaojiao's recent increase in strength made Chen Pai realize the benefits of Ling Jiaojiao and fall for her. Or perhaps Chen Pai had fantasized about Ling Jiaojiao before, but Ling Jiaojiao ignored him. Regardless of the reason, Chen Pai now had a chance to get Ling Jiaojiao. How could he give it up so easily? Master, I found Ling Jiaojiao and Chen Pai. What should I do? At this moment, Shun Dian also sent a message. Because the secret sword contained a trace of Ling Zhao's soul power, as long as Shin Dian wanted to talk to Ling Xiao, she could do so as long as they weren't too far apart. Go and help immediately. Keep Chen Pai busy and don't let him continue to torture Jiao Jiao. I'll take care of subordinate number 3 first. Ling Xiao found that subordinate number 3 was hiding less than 200 meters away from Chen Pai, watching the show. He was even eating sunflower seeds while watching. He planned to take care of this guy first. Otherwise, facing 2 ninth Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists at the same time, even he couldn't handle it. Got it. Xin Dian received Ling Zhao's order and immediately joined the battle between Chen Pai and Ling Jiaojiao. Although her participation couldn't completely reverse Ling Jiaojiao's defeat, it could at least make Chen Pai uncomfortable for a while. That would create an opportunity for Ling Xiao to kill Master Lin's subordinate number 3. The safest way to kill was, of course, assassination. Ling Xiao quietly approached subordinate number 3. At this moment, subordinate number 3 was watching Chen Pai's battle. Xin Dian's appearance clearly attracted his attention. A sword that could fly and attack on its own was definitely not ordinary. If I bring this sword back and give it to the county governor, I'll definitely receive great benefits. Subordinate number 3 was fantasizing about a beautiful future. His thoughts had already flown to a certain moment in the future. He completely didn't notice that a black shadow was speeding towards him. HM? A trace of killing intent suddenly came from behind subordinate number 3. In that instant, subordinate number 3's body trembled. He didn't turn around and quickly rushed forward. He hoped to use his speed to dodge this sneak attack. He didn't know who the attacker was, but as long as he dodged this attack, he would definitely tear Jiao Hui into pieces. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, the sharp claws still pierced his heart. It was burning and unbearable pain. He wanted to scream, but he found that his throat had been burned by the black flames. He couldn't make a sound. At the moment before he died, he looked back. In the haze, he saw the appearance of a monster. Done. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and removed the transformation of the infernal dragon. This was the Jiao's inner strength used. This was the fundamental reason why he didn't want to keep fighting in this state. Ling Xiao tossed a Grotto Heaven Essence energy pill into his mouth. While recovering, he looked at the battlefield not far away. In these short few minutes was in the battle. She was in the end was ins in was ins in the battle. In is. At Zhao's Lin. Used this time. A of it AA. Was in it. Formation? I didn't expect the Ling family to have this kind of formation stone. That's surprising. But do you really think I can't do anything? Chen Pai was stunned for a moment before he took out a Thunderclap Thunder Fireball. The Sky Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, and the Black Tortoise continent had it. The Black Tortoise continent's Thunderbolt Fire Bullet contained the power of thunder and fire. The thing in Chen Pai's hand should be able to kill a half-step Yin-Yang Realm martial artist without any problem. However, he took it out and prepared to use it to deal with the formation protecting Ling Jiaojiao. When you see this thing, you should understand, right? Once I use it, your formation will break, and even you will be blasted to death. Chen Pai sneered. Listen to me. Follow me. I'll make you the daughter-in-law of the Chen family. you'll enjoy a lot of wealth. No one will dare to look down on you. If you want to fight, then fight. I, Ling Jiao, would rather die than marry someone like you. I hate being forced, Ling Jiao said coldly. Chun Pai's expression was incomparably gloomy. Idiot. Only 4 of the Ling family's disciples who participated in the ascension ceremony are left. Ling Jian, Ling Maoyu, and Ling Yin are already heavily surrounded. They're probably dead by now. And those adult martial artists of the Ling family. Since the prefectural governor has decided to deal with them, he won't let them live. Do you really think there's anyone who can save you? The life and death of the Ling family has nothing to do with me. I only care about Ling Xiao. How is he? Before coming to the ascension ceremony, Ling Jiao had already done what she should do. She informed the higher-ups of the Ling family and her sisters and brothers that the Qin family would harm the Ling family. She had already done all she could for this family that did not have any human feelings. What's more, her mother was killed by her father. She really didn't have any feelings for that man. Perhaps she would be happy if that guy died. The only thing she was worried about was Ling Xiao. She wondered how Ling Xiao was doing. Ling Xiao? What do you think? Even if he has made progress during this time, he's no match for me and Brother Ben. Plus, there are hundreds of disciples of the Qin family. Do you think he can leave here alive? Chun Pai sneered. Accept your fate. You either follow me or die here. You have no other choice. Die, my ass. Ling Xiao won't die. You idiot. You should be worried about your brothers and sisters. Maybe they've been killed by my master. Xin Dian suddenly scolded. You can talk? Ling Jiao was stunned and asked hurriedly, Of course I can. Master asked me to find you. Xin Dian explained, Don't listen to that idiot's nonsense. With my master's current strength, even 10 of him are no match for him. Her words were obviously exaggerated, but since they were all bragging, who was afraid of who? Great. As long as he's not dead, I'm relieved. He's the only one who's really good to me. Ling Jiao's nervous and angry expression was swept away and replaced by an excited smile. Bitch, do you like that trash that much? Well, I'll destroy you now and then kill him. I'll let you reunite in the underworld. Chun Pai was annoyed. Completely annoyed. No one had ever dared to despise him like this. She actually missed another man in front of him. He couldn't stand such contempt and provocation. He didn't want this woman anymore. He would destroy what he couldn't have. The thunderbolt fireball in his hand was released. Chapter 2139. Even Xin Pai didn't notice that at the moment when the thunderclap thunderfire bullet exploded, a figure had rushed into the explosion. Ha 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 ha, B*TCH, you deserve it. Who told you to choose that trash instead of me? Looking at the billowing flames burning there, Xin Pai laughed excitedly. Although he was unhappy that he didn't get Ling Jiao, destroying this woman with his own hands could be considered as revenge. Why is that idiot laughing by himself? I don't know. He probably lost his mind. The Qin family is a bunch of lunatics. The sudden conversation scared Xin Pai, who was laughing wildly, to the point that his hair stood on end. This shock was no small matter. He hurriedly turned to look in the direction of the conversation, only to see that about 100 meters away from him, Ling Xiao, Ling Jiao, and the sword all appeared there safe and sound. And the one who spoke was Ling Xiao and the sword. Ling Xiao. Chun Pai was also shocked when he saw Ling Xiao, but soon after, he revealed a sinister smile. You didn't take the path to heaven, but you barged into hell. To be honest, I was afraid that you would escape, but I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. Good, very good. I'll take care of you bastards together. At this moment, Ling Jiao grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and said, Run. Run as far as you can. The Ling clan is finished. When the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. You can't fight against the entire Chun clan alone. Ling Jiao was really touched that Ling Xiao came to save her, but at the same time, she was also full of anxiety. She didn't want Ling Xiao to die here because of her. The opponent was Chun Pai, a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse. Ling Xiao was definitely not his opponent. Don't worry, just leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao gently touched Ling Jiao's head and said, Although I'm a reincarnated warrior, you're also my sister. How can a brother not come to save his sister when she's in danger? How disgusting. Both of you will die here today, you adulterous couple. MMM. No, no, no. This doesn't seem exciting enough. Why don't Ling Jiao and I perform a man's favorite act in front of you? When Chen Pai saw that Ling Xiao and Ling Jiao's relationship was so good, he became even angrier. Under his rage, he said some beastly words. Originally, I just wanted to kill you and forget about it. But now, I feel that just killing you isn't enough. I'm going to castrate you and then kill you. I'm going to make you a dead eunuch in hell. Ling Xiao was also angry. Chen Pai's words made him very angry. Seeing that Ling Xiao had no intention of leaving, Ling Jiao suddenly took out a dagger and placed it against her neck. Go. Hurry up and leave, Ling Xiao. I beg you. I don't want both of us to die here. Pa. Ling Xiao suddenly flicked his finger, and the dagger in Ling Jiao's hand flew away. He said very seriously, My good sister, I didn't come here today to die with you. In the time I was in the Ling family, you were the one who treated me the best. How could I bear to let you die? Just wait and see how I deal with this beast in human clothing. Xindian, help me take care of Sister Jiao. Yes, master. Xindian responded and flew to Ling Jiao's side. The script isn't right. Chen Pai suddenly said sarcastically, Shouldn't you be the one crying bitterly and running away reluctantly? Then, that bitch will kill herself in front of me? Isn't that how it's played in movies? Could it be that your brain was damaged by something and you don't even know how to run away? Run away? Who do you think you are? Is it worth it for me to run away? Ling Xiao looked at Chen Pai disdainfully and said, You're also a reincarnation realm martial artist, right? You're indeed stronger than me with your high grotto heaven realm cultivation. But if you think you can scare me away like this, then you're a little too laughable. Chen Pai said proudly, That's right. I'm a reincarnation realm martial artist, and I'm the #1 genius of Ascension Town. I'm a legend among the younger generation of Ascension Town. Legend? If you're a legend, then I'll break this legend today and turn you into a joke. As Ling Xiao spoke, black flames surged in his body. The Hell Dragon Seal had been activated. He didn't dare to be careless when dealing with Chen Pai. In fact, this guy's strength was even more terrifying than Lord Lin's 3 subordinates. He was even stronger than Lord Lin. Lord Lin was a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, but Chen Pai was a High Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. After entering the cycle of reincarnation, every time Xiao Chen advanced a cultivation realm, he would gain an improvement in all aspects, surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Therefore, Chen Pai was definitely stronger than Lord Lin, unless Lord Lin was hiding his strength. After all, this was the Black Tortoise continent. Ling Xiao realized that there were many secret techniques to hide one's strength. Qin Kuan had hidden it from him previously. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, I seem to have heard the biggest joke in the world. You? You want to hurt me? Qin Pai laughed impudently. Obviously, he didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes. Then give it a try. Boom. A terrifying aura rushed out of Ling Xiao's body, and the dense leaves above his head were suddenly blown to the side. Although Ling Xiao's entire body hadn't entered the Hell Human Dragon form, he was already enveloped by the black-purple Hell Dragon fire. Ling Jiao looked at this scene nervously, and her heart gradually calmed down. Because she was too excited and worried about Ling Xiao, she had lost her mind. She felt that Ling Xiao was definitely not a match for Chen Pai. After all, Chen Pai was a legend among the younger generation of Ascension Town. When he was only 12 years old, he had once killed a famous bandit who broke into Ascension Town. The strength of that famous bandit was already at the 4th Grotto Heaven realm at that time. Other than the adult martial artists of the Qin and Ling families, no one in the younger generation could be a match for that guy. However, that guy was killed by Chen Pai. Although no one saw the scene of the battle, when people found the bandit's corpse, Chen Pai was standing there, holding a blade, and his body was covered in the bandit's blood. From then on, Chen Pai became a legend of Ascension Town. Originally, most people thought so, but there was a little girl who told her father a shocking thing. That was, Chen Pai was in cahoots with that famous bandit. Or to be more precise, before Chen Pai reincarnated, he was the leader of that famous bandit. Their group was a very terrifying group of bandits that roamed the Chen country. They killed people without batting an eyelid. And these things were all heard by the little girl from Chen Pai. Chen Pai told that famous bandit that he had helped him gain the trust and nurture of the Chen family. Then, he suddenly attacked and stabbed that bandit to death. Before that famous bandit died, he looked at Chen Pai in disbelief. He said, "Boss, you used me." Chapter 2140. Her father's punishment silenced the little girl out of fear. From then on, the little girl never revealed a word about what she saw about Chen Pai. This little girl was Ling Jiaojiao. The little girl had grown up, but she hadn't forgotten that incident. She wanted Ling Xiao to escape not only because she was afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't be Chen Pai's match, but also because she was worried that Ling Xiao would offend the bandit gang behind Chen Pai. But now, she couldn't stop this battle. She knew Ling Xiao's temper. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. Even if Chen Pai died, no one would find out about Ling Xiao for a while. Ling Xiao could take this opportunity to escape and conceal his identity. Everyone thought that you, Ling Xiao, were just a martial artist who had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm. Who would have thought that you had already cultivated to the middle stage of the Grotto Heaven realm? But do you really think that you can win against me with your cultivation? When Chen Pai saw the terrifying flames that were being released from Ling Xiao's body, he could also determine Ling Xiao's current cultivation level. Although he was a little surprised, he felt more relieved. Ling Xiao wasn't bad, but that was it. How would I know if I don't try? I, Ling Xiao, like to challenge stronger enemies before I reincarnated. Now, I'm no exception. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He admitted that Chen Pai was strong, but not strong enough to make him feel despair. He wasn't even qualified to use his previous moves. He could take Chen Pai's head with the newly learned falling star sword technique and seal of eternal life. You're good at talking, but it's useless. I wanted to keep you alive to torture you, but I changed my mind. You're too talented. You'll be a problem if I keep you alive. I'm going to kill you. Go and die now. Black Serpent Devil Saber, Snake Swallows Elephant. Chen Pai had cultivated the Black Serpent Devil Saber, an intermediate Jade rank martial art of the Black Serpent Devil sect, and Snake Swallows Elephant was the most powerful move of the Black Serpent Devil Blade. The black snake danced wildly. As the demonic saber's saber chi breathed in and out, it was as if it was going to swallow the entire world. The surrounding dead branches and leaves were blown up by the strong wind. The terrifying black saber chi was like a huge black snake that covered the sky. In the distance, Ling Jiaojiao's beautiful face turned pale. She was so scared that her whole body trembled. If Chen Pai had used such a move to deal with her, she would have died long ago. But Ling Xiao's expression did not change in the face of this powerful move. Rumble. Another terrifying aura rushed out. In that instant, Ling Xiao became ferocious and cold. The infernal dragon seal had been activated, and the infernal human dragon form had been activated. Facing Chen Pai, with Ling Xiao's current cultivation base, it was necessary for him to activate the hell human dragon form. Otherwise, even if he could defeat his opponent, he would be seriously injured. Ling Xiao did not have the habit of harming himself. What? Chen Pai was stunned, frightened by Ling Xiao's ferocious appearance. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like the son of the dragon god that walked out of hell. He looked so majestic and domineering. Dharma Seal, Universe Strike. The Heaven and Earth Strike was a technique he had comprehended from Neza's visualization. In the investiture of the gods, Neza had a very powerful Dharma treasure, the Universe Ring. When the Universe Ring was thrown out, it was as terrifying as a collision between heaven and earth. Although Ling Xiao's current cultivation base was not enough to unleash its full power, it was definitely not something that Chen Pai could resist. Chen Pai thought that Ling Xiao only knew the falling star sword technique, so he thought that he could easily kill Ling Xiao with the more powerful Black Serpent Devil Saber. But he never would have thought that the martial arts that Ling Xiao grasped was not only the falling star sword art. This new move was many times more powerful than the falling star sword technique. In that instant, what Chen Pai thought of was not to resist, but to escape. But the arrow was already knocked on the bow and had to be released. How could he still have the chance to escape? He could only condense all of his essence energy on the long saber in his hand, attempting to block Ling Xiao's universe strike. But sadly, it was useless. Under the universe strike, Chen Pai was directly blasted flying. His physical body was not even complete. He only had one breath left to struggle at death's door. How is this possible? Ling Jiaojiao was stunned. Even the divine canon felt somewhat shocked. Ling Xiao was actually so powerful. This was what they did not expect. Ling Xiao's attack actually directly beat Chen Pai into such a wretched state. It was virtually an instant kill. Chen Pai was even more in disbelief. His eyes were filled with horror and shock. He thought of many endings. Each ending was how Ling Xiao died tragically, how he was tortured. But in the end, the real tragedy was not Ling Xiao, but him. What martial art is this? This is not the Ling family's family martial art. You actually dared to use a martial art from before reincarnating. Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity? Chen Pai roared loudly. Idiot! Ling Xiao looked at Chen Pai with disdain, then walked forward and suddenly waved the iron sword in his hand. Ah! Chen Pai, who was already at his last breath, let out a desperate scream. He felt a chill down below, then an intense piercing pain. Something seemed to have left his body, bidding farewell to him forever. I said before you die, you will become a eunuch first. Ling Xiao said with an evil smile. You touched my sister. I will touch your brother. Ling Jiaojiao frowned. She wanted to say something, but held back. In the end, she still maintained her kind nature. Seeing Chen Pai's miserable appearance, she actually could not bear to see it. But thinking of Chen Pai's behavior just now, she hardened her heart. To pity such a person, it was better to pity a dog. Kill me, kill me. Chen Pai yelled painfully. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Pai indifferently, then turned to Ling Jiaojiao and said, Sister Jiaojiao, although I like your kindness, this world is not good enough. But in this world, kindness is not enough. You must learn to be cruel. In the future, you will be the head of the Ling family. You must learn to kill decisively. This guy, I will leave it to you to deal with. If possible, Ling Xiao really did not want Ling Jiaojiao to change her nature. But obviously, this was not possible, because he would not stay in Yuhua town forever. If Ling Jiaojiao did not dare to kill an enemy, then she would be killed by others sooner or later. So Ling Jiaojiao must change. Kindness could be preserved, but kindness did not mean weakness and a saint's disease. When it was time to kill, she still had to kill. Ling Jiaojiao's eyes had a look of struggle. She held the sword and walked to Chen Pai's front. Finally, she clenched her teeth and finally stabbed the sword. Chen Pai's eyes widened, and he completely lost his breath. Perhaps until the moment of his death, he did not dare to believe that he would die in the hands of Ling Jiaojiao. Ugh! After killing Chen Pai, Ling Jiaojiao hurriedly ran to the side and vomited. It was really surprising. Living in this world, this was actually the first time Ling Jiaojiao killed someone. Chapter 2141. Looking at Ling Jiaojiao vomiting there, Ling Xiao sighed. No one was qualified to live in a greenhouse. The entire mystic world was filled with the same atmosphere. Either you die, or I live. Ling Xiao stood aside, turned his head, and looked at the scenery in the distance. At this moment, Ling Jiaojiao needed to be strong. It was useless for others to help her. After a long time, Ling Jiaojiao took out water from the storage ring to rinse her mouth, and then asked, Ling Xiao, you just said that I will become the patriarch of the Ling family? What's going on? Ling Yuhua, that old bastard, only cares about benefits and not emotions. This kind of person can never unite a family. Ling Tianxiong, Ling Tianying, and the others are too cruel and ruthless, but not kind enough. If a family wants to rise, it's not enough to be cruel and cold. It needs emotions to unite everyone. So only you, Sister Jiaojiao, are qualified to lead this family to become strong again. Ling Xiao explained, actually, you don't want to see the Ling family destroyed, right? You and I are different. You and the Ling family are like blood, and I'm just the son of an adopted son. But I'm not strong enough. Ling Jiaojiao said, strength is not a problem. With me here, it's only a matter of time before you break through to the Yin Yang realm. During this time, I'll let that old bastard Ling Yuan assist you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You mean, you want to go save them? Is it too late? Ling Jiaojiao asked. Of course it's too late. Ling Xiao said, I believe that the 8 Immortals County's county governor is targeting the Ling family not just to make the Qin family the master of Yuhua Town. There should be other reasons. Before they achieve their goal, they won't kill everyone in the Ling family. Well, someone will definitely be killed. It's inevitable. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ling Jiaojiao gritted her teeth. Okay, let's wait for one more person, and then we'll go together. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. A figure was rushing over. Boss Xiao, it's done. But Ling Jian and Ling Mayu were killed. Ling Yin dashed out of the forest and threw the heads of Qin Xingji and Qin Du on the ground. There were also a few storage rings that contained a large number of demon beast cores, which were obtained by the young disciples of the Ling family and the Chen family in the past 2 days. Very good. Ling Xiao nodded and placed all the demonic beast cores in the storage rings into his mountain river world. These things were enough for him to use in his cultivation. This time, it could be considered a great harvest. Everyone is here. Let's go. This time around, we must turn Yuhua Town upside down. A sinister sneer appeared on Ling Xiao's lips. The governor of the 8 Immortals County could use despicable methods to deal with the Ling family. Why would he want to face the other party head-on? There was no need for that. He could also play dirty. When it came to playing dirty, Ling Xiao did not think that anyone in the 8 Immortals County could outplay him. Before entering the samsara cycle, Ling Xiao had been imprisoned in Seawatch City by the heavenly demon cult with the 5 Poisons Ultimate Formation. Although the 5 Poisons Ultimate Formation did not pose much of a threat to him, it would cause great harm to other martial artists. Among the large number of demon beast cores that Ling Xiao had obtained this time, there were hundreds that contained deadly poison. Coupled with the Pestilence Demon King's ability, it was not impossible for him to personally set up the 5 Poisons Ultimate Formation and trap the entire Qin family. You too should take these antidote pills first. They will ensure that you will not be attacked or poisoned when you enter the 5 Poisons Ultimate Formation. Let's set up the formation while it's dark. As long as the 5 Poisons Ultimate Formation is complete, the entire Qin family will be our playground. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and casually tossed 1 antidote pill each to Ling Yin and Ling Jiaojiao. He thought that the county governor of the 8 Immortals County would never have dreamed that the people who would ultimately ruin his overall plan were none other than 3 brats. The sky was already dark, but the Chen family was still in a state of jubilation. There was no other reason other than the fact that those idiots of the Ling family had been tricked by the county governor and their clan leader, Chan Songhai, and had all had their inner strength dissipated. Now, all the adult martial artists of the Ling family had become useless and were imprisoned in the Chen family's martial arts practice field. The Chen family had originally wanted to get rid of these fellows as soon as possible and then dominate Yuhua Town. However, from the county governor's words, it seemed that the Ling family had something that he wanted them to hand over. They could only kill 1 person every 2 hours. They wanted to force the Ling family's higher-ups to compromise. Yesterday, the Ling family had been defeated. Today was the 2nd day, and several people had already been killed. However, Ling Yuhua still refused to speak. However, it was obvious that this didn't matter to the Qin family. The county governor said that if the Ling family's higher-ups still didn't speak when the Yuhua sacrifice ended tomorrow, they would drag these people to the plaza and kill them all. Not a single one would be left alive. At the thought of this, the Qin family martial artists were especially excited. For many years, the Qin family and the Ling family had been fighting endlessly in Yuhua Town. Both sides had victories and losses. The Qin family was ultimately unable to deal with the Ling family. The Ling family was also unable to destroy the Qin family. However, both sides were probably dissatisfied with such a situation, especially Chan Songhai. As the Yuhua king of the Qin nation, he wanted to see the Ling family destroyed no matter what, and for his Chen family to dominate Yuhua Town. The drinking at night was very enjoyable. No one noticed that a faint fog had seeped in from the outside and permeated the entire Qin family's courtyard. Ling Xiao had used a lighter poison this time and wasn't as ferocious as the poison that the people of Seawatch City had used on him previously. After all, it was better for some people of the Ling family to be alive so that they could serve Ling Jiaojiao. Ling Xiao could also plant a nail in the Black Tortoise continent for himself. In the future, it would be easier for him to attack the empire. As for how to make Ling Yuhua and the other old things submit to Ling Jiaojiao's management, this wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao at all. As a pharmacist, it wasn't a problem for him to concoct a medicine that would make people beg for death. He remembered that a long time ago, he had obtained many memories from another world in the Yuehua school's secret realm. He was very clear that those memories didn't belong to him, but they gave him a lot of knowledge. Among them, there was a mention of something called the life and death talisman. When this strange technique was activated, it would make people feel unbearably itchy and in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Unless there was an antidote. Therefore, they would definitely be controlled. The elixir that Ling Xiao had concocted was even more terrifying than the life and death talisman. It was used in conjunction with the illusion elixir that the ninjas used to deal with the sacred dynasty. It could make people unable to break free forever, but it didn't do any harm to the body. It was enough to control the martial artists of the Ling family. Ling Xiao wasn't so naive as to use emotions to tie down those people. They were all unkind and heartless people. If not for the fact that Ling Xiao felt that they were still useful, he would have really wanted them to die in the hands of the Qin family. All right, we will take action early tomorrow morning. Rest well tonight. Chapter 2142. On the third day of the Ascension sacrifice, the Qin family warriors woke up as usual, only to find that the sky was a little gray. A portion of the warriors felt a stomachache or were unusually tired. However, because there was no battle, no one felt that there was anything unusual about this. Even the 8 Immortals county governor who lived in the Qin family did not notice. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the Qin family, the sunlight seemed to be tainted with a strange color. But still, no one felt that there was anything wrong. At most, they thought that the weather today was a little strange. After a day and night of torment, the Ling family warriors were even more exhausted. They were even less likely to notice these abnormalities. Chunlong was the first to appear in front of the Ling family. At this moment, everyone in the Ling family hated and feared this Qin family descendant who was always smiling. Chunlong walked in front of Ling Yuhua and kicked him as though he was kicking a dead dog. Old man, the taste of this cultivation dissipation powder is not bad, right? Back then, your adopted son Ling Tai was used on him and turned into a cripple. Now, your Ling family will also be defeated by the cultivation dissipation powder. You are really a family. Ha ha. Chen Songhai, get out here. Kill me if you want. I, Ling Yuhua, will not let you go even if I become a ghost. All these years, although our Qin family and Ling family have been secretly competing, no one has done such a despicable thing. You made an exception today. Even if you win, you will die a horrible death. I, Ling Yuhua, will leave first and wait for you on the road. Ling Yuhua ignored Qinlong and roared at Chen Songhai, who had just appeared. Chen Songhai sneered in disdain. Ling Yuhua, you can be considered an experienced person. What's the use of this poison curse? The fact is that your Ling family will be consigned to eternal damnation. Even if I, Chen Songhai, die a horrible death, you will not be able to see it. I still win. Furthermore, your Ling family secretly hid the seal of eternal life and killed the mysterious snake envoy. Every crime is a death sentence. Not only will I die a horrible death, but I will also be rewarded for my meritorious service. County Governor, don't you think so? As Chen Songhai spoke, he smiled at the prefectural governor. That's right. This official's main purpose in coming to Ascension Town this time is to eradicate the rebellion and uphold justice. The Ling family deserved to die for their treachery. Moreover, he was unwilling to hand over the seal of eternal life, which was a heinous crime. Do you think a small family like yours is worthy of possessing the seal of eternal life? The county governor glanced at Ling Yuhua coldly without any sympathy in his eyes. Of course, what he said was completely just a show of strength and a tiger's skin. Dealing with the Ling family was just a deal between him and the Qin family. He wanted the seal of eternal life, and the Qin family wanted Ascension Town. Both sides had just formed a united front. County Governor. Every month, Our Ling family has to give you the required amount of spirit stones. That's not cheap at all. How can you betray us like this? Ling Yuhua roared. Chen Songhai, there's no need to interrogate these people. I don't think they'll reveal the whereabouts of the seal of eternal life. Execute them in front of everyone today. Then, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we have to find the seal of eternal life. Anyway, that thing won't disappear. The county governor had indeed accepted the spirit stones from the Ling family, but how could he admit it? At this moment, he wanted to destroy the Ling family even more. As long as the Ling family was destroyed, no one would know what he had done behind the scenes. Ha ha ha, did you hear that, Ling Yuhua? Today, all of you will die here. No one will be left alive. Chen Songhai laughed even more impudently. Chen Songhai, remember this? Today, even if we die, the descendants of the Ling family will not let your Chen family rest in peace. Ling Yuhua was in despair. He had no chance of surviving. The Chen family and the county governor of the 8 Immortals County had teamed up to deal with him, and he had been poisoned by the cultivation dissipation powder. Today, only death awaited them. The only thing he could hope for was those children. He hoped that they would know what happened in Ascension Town and escape quickly. Ha 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 ha, old Ling, are you still dreaming? This time, the one who laughed was Chen Long. He said coldly, I forgot to tell you something interesting just now. Today should be the last day of the Ascension sacrifice. Perhaps you are hoping that the descendants of the Ling family will avenge you. But unfortunately, I'm afraid none of the descendants of the Ling family are still alive. Before the Ascension sacrifice began, we had already issued a kill order to the Chen family disciples to kill all the young people of your Ling family. No, impossible. It's impossible. Collapse. Complete collapse. Ling Yuhua, this old man, wouldn't care even if he died. As long as the Ling family had hope of revival, he wouldn't collapse like this. But at this moment, he had completely collapsed. It was as if he had gone crazy. You are really ruthless. Do you want the Ling family to die without descendants? Ling Yuhua roared like an enraged lion. However, his hands and feet were bound by iron chains, and his internal energy had been dispersed by the Hua Qi, so he could not do anything at this time. You're right. We're going to eliminate the Ling clan completely from Yuhua Town. Chen Songhai sneered. You people are probably hoping that someone from the Ling family will stand up and reverse the situation, right? Don't be delusional. To tell you the truth, Master Lin and his 3 subordinates are all our people. Master Lin is a 10th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. His 3 subordinates are also 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Do you think that with just the few good-for-nothings in the Ling family, who can reverse the situation? A bolt from the blue. Absolutely a bolt from the blue. Everyone in the Ling family almost fainted. Even after enduring a day and night of torture, most of them didn't collapse. But when they heard this news, they really couldn't take it anymore. Without descendants, there was no future. More than 70 children, all gone just like that. Ling Yuhua stood up and stared at the county governor and Chen Songhai. He knew that if he fought against these people with his physical body, he would die. But at this moment, there was no hope. Instead of being killed one by one, he might as well fight it out. Ling Tianying stood up. Ling Tianxiong also stood up. Almost everyone in the Ling family, except for those who had fainted from fear, stood up. Although these people might be scheming against each other for the sake of the family's power, but at this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. The children were dead. There was no hope. They only wanted revenge. If they could kill one, it would count. He would just end the rest of his life here. You want to risk your lives? Fine, I'll give you this chance. Chapter 21:43. Chen Songhai waved his hand and gestured for the Chen family warriors beside him to kill everyone from the Ling family. Yes, the Chen family warriors stepped forward and circulated their inner strength in an attempt to kill the Ling family warriors. However, they were all stunned at that moment. They did not notice that Ling Yuhua had broken free from the heavy chains and smashed them on their necks. They were all killed in an instant. These people could no longer use their internal energy. Like the Ling family's warriors, they had become cripples. Fear began to spread. The Ling family members were confused. County Governor, what's going on? Chun Songhai circulated his inner strength and was horrified to find that although he could still use some, most of his inner strength had already been corroded. As a result, his current strength was only comparable to a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. One had to know that he was a Yin-Yang Realm warrior previously. He was still fine yesterday. What exactly happened tonight? Chun Songhai was horrified. The rest of the Chen family were also horrified. Even the county governor was horrified. Their internal energy was either completely gone, or it had decreased by a lot. What's going on? The county governor was also covered in cold sweat. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the air seemed to be filled with an abnormal smell. Also, there was something wrong with today's fog. Oh no, we've been tricked, the county governor exclaimed. It's a bit too late to think of it now. What a pity. You guys aren't stupid, but because you've won a beautiful victory, you've become a little carried away. You probably didn't think that us kids could turn the situation around. Ling Xiao, Ling Jiaojiao, and Ling Yin walked out from where the voice came from. Ling Xiao had an indifferent sneer on his face. Ling Jiaojiao was obviously nervous. After all, this was the first time something like this had happened to her. Ling Yin was much calmer. He was also a reincarnation realm warrior, but he had experienced much more terrifying dangers. Are you humans or ghosts? Everyone from the Qin family was horrified when they saw the three of them. Even the county governor and Chan Songhai, who had been sitting calmly on the fishing platform and appeared to be very calm and astute, panicked. The fact that these three people were still alive meant that something big had happened during the emergent sacrifice. Looking at the Ling family side, they were filled with doubts. Only these three people had appeared in the Ling clan. What about the others? Was he really going to die? Ling Xiao didn't care what they were thinking. He walked directly to the high platform of the martial arts practice field, shook his storage ring, and threw out a corpse. The corpse belonged to Chun Pai. Ling Xiao sat down and looked at everyone coldly. This scene caused the eyes of everyone in the Chen clan to tear apart. Although Chen Pai's corpse was incomplete, his face could still be seen clearly. The strongest genius of the Chen clan had actually died, and his corpse was right in front of them. Just how shocking was this? Just how shocking was this? Chun Long was dumbfounded. His son, Chen Pai, whom he was proud of, was a legend among the younger generation of Ascension Town. Now, he was being sat on by Ling Xiao like a dead dog. He felt like his lungs were about to explode from anger. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. The one who died shouldn't be his son, but the trash of the Ling clan. Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. Chun Long roared furiously, and the aura in his body exploded. It was a pity that he became extremely weak. Save your energy. You've been poisoned by the 5-poison absolute kill formation. I'm already being merciful by not letting you die immediately. You still want to attack? Ling Xiao looked at Chun Long with disdain. Of course, don't think that I'll let you go. You killed my father. I'll take revenge personally. Poisoning you to death is too easy for you. Ling Yuhua looked at Ling Xiao in shock, but he was a little fearful, because he knew that Ling Xiao didn't have any feelings for the Ling clan. Therefore, Ling Xiao wouldn't save the rest of the Ling clan. Now that 3 people had come, what did this mean? It meant that the younger generation of the Ling clan was basically all dead. Only Ling Jiaojiao and Ling Yin were left. Ling Xiao, where are the rest of the Ling clan? Even though Ling Yuhua wasn't hopeful, he couldn't help but ask. You shouldn't be asking me this question. You should be asking Chun Songhai. Ling Xiao said coldly. They're all dead. Ling Jiaojiao answered the question for Ling Xiao. They were killed by those bastards from the Chen clan. However, Ling Xiao has already taken revenge for them. Over 100 of the younger generation of the Chen clan were also killed. Only the 3 of us are left to participate in the Ascension ritual. You're lying. Where are Lord Lin and his 3 subordinates? The county governor roared. Lord Lin is sleeping while guarding his beloved health fruit. As for his 3 subordinates here, Ling Xiao threw out 3 heads and said, County governor, this is a greeting gift for you. Not bad, right? His cold smile made the county governor's face turn extremely ugly. Who exactly was this young man? Not only did he kill everyone from the Qin clan, but he even killed the experts he sent. Was this possible? However, he had no choice but to believe it. The heads were lying on the ground. It was a bloody reality. It was too ridiculous. Everyone had such a feeling. Chun Zhao was a Grotto Heaven Realm 8 warrior. Chun Pai was a Grotto Heaven Realm 1 warrior. Lord Lin's 3 subordinates were all Grotto Heaven Realm 9 warriors. These people were actually killed by Ling Xiao. Also, their poisoning was actually caused by Ling Xiao. Who was this guy in the past? His strength and intelligence were outstanding, making it impossible for them to guard against him. All the plans should have been perfect, but something went wrong with this person. However, at this moment, regardless of whether they believed it or not, this was the truth. Chun Songhai and the county governor tried their best to calm down. They felt that they still had a chance because Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any feelings for the Ling clan. This also meant that they might be able to rope this person in. Thinking of this, the county governor said with a smile, "You're Ling Xiao, right? I can tell that in terms of strength and intelligence, you're extremely outstanding in the entire Ascension town. Our flawless plan has also been foiled by you. But you should know what the consequences are if you kill me. Chen Songhai is also the Ascension King of the Chen country. You're in the Chen country. If you kill him, it will also be very troublesome. Therefore, you really shouldn't make an enemy of us. Since you don't have any feelings for the Ling clan, why don't you join us? I'll definitely give you glory and wealth and let you soar." County Governor, how can you do this? This kid killed all the juniors of our Chen clan. It's equivalent to cutting off our Chen clan's bloodline. How can you make him submit to us? Chun Long roared furiously. Chapter 2144. Shut up. Chun Songhai glared at Qin Long and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. As long as you don't die, you can still live in the future. As for a talent like Ling Xiao, once he joins us, we will be like a tiger with wings. So, we must let bygones be bygones." Chun Long was furious, but when he saw the look in Chun Songhai's eyes, he suddenly understood. This was just a temporary measure. As long as Ling Xiao couldn't stand the instigation and joined them, then it would be time for them to kill Ling Xiao. Now that they were poisoned, they couldn't use their strength. Once they were cured, it would be Ling Xiao's end. Thinking of this, Chun Long shut his mouth. He had done a good job of being able to adapt to circumstances. Ling Xiao, you are a member of the Ling family. Don't forget your ancestors. Don't betray your master for glory. A voice came from the Ling family. The one who shouted was Ling Tianxiong. Hee, now you remember that I am a member of the Ling family? When you tried to dig up my father's grave in the Ling family cemetery and tried to kill me, did you ever think that I was a member of the Ling family? Now you have the face to lecture me? Let me tell you, if it wasn't for Jiao Jiao, I would have killed you first." Ling Xiao looked at Ling Tianxiong coldly and said. However, before he could finish, Ling Jiao Jiao had already made her move. The sharp blade pierced Ling Tianxiong's body. Ling Jiao Jiao's face was extremely cold. "Do you remember, Ling Tianxiong? When you killed my mother, you stabbed her in the same place. Today, I will return it to you. From today onwards, I, Ling Jiao Jiao, am the head of the Ling family. What I hate the most is family killing each other. In the future, if something like this happens again, I will personally kill him. Ling Tianxiong, he killed my mother and tried to kill my brother Ling Xiao. Today, I will kill him as a warning to all of you." "Jiao Jiao, what nonsense are you talking about? How did you become the head of the Ling family?" Ling Tianying asked in confusion. "If I say she is, then she is. Ling Yuhua, will you agree?" Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yuhua with a smile and said, "The Ling family members that you brought out are all trash who only know how to kill each other. When faced with true danger, none of them can be of use. To be honest, if you had treated me just a little bit better back then, even if you had treated me like a servant, I would have done my best to save you today. But now, unless you acknowledge Jiao Jiao as your master, there's no need to talk about anything else. As for the other side trying to bewitch me, let's not waste any more time. Today, even if the prefectural governor were to die here and the Ascension King's entire family was wiped out, it would only be the work of a great bandit. Who saw me do it? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Ling Yuhua before looking at the prefectural governor and Chen Songhai. The reason why he spoke so much was not just to show off. The longer the poisonous wind was released, the weaker the Chen clan would become. It would be easier to deal with them later. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Ling and Chen clan members lowered their heads and pondered. The Ling clan members were worried that once Ling Jiaojiao became the head of the Ling clan, she would definitely become Ling Xiao's puppet. Wouldn't the Ling clan then become Ling Xiao's Ling clan? They didn't want that to happen. On the other hand, the Chen clan members were thinking about how to kill Ling Xiao. As long as they could kill Ling Xiao, the situation today would definitely be reversed. To be honest, although they believed that Ling Xiao could defeat a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, in reality, no one believed it. Almost everyone believed that Ling Xiao had similarly used poison to cause the Chen clan's younger generation to lose miserably. Among the Chen clan members, a figure quietly approached Ling Xiao. This person was considered one of the more special ones in the Chen clan. He was Chen Long's younger brother. Chenmo Chunmo's strength was not outstanding in the Chen clan. His elder brothers, Chen Ran and Chen Long, were both 10th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, and he was only at the 8th Grotto Heaven Realm. However, when Chenmo was young, he accidentally swallowed a strange 10,000 poisonous snake. Since then, he was immune to all poisons. This time, Ling Xiao used the 5-poison absolute killer ray to seal the Chen clan. Everyone else was affected. Only this Chenmo was safe and sound. Chenmo decided to do something for the Chen clan. He believed that Ling Xiao's cultivation was not strong. As long as he chose the right time to launch a sneak attack, he would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. Other than the Chen clan members, no one else noticed Chunmo's actions. The members of the Chen family were a little nervous, but they were also a little excited. Chenmo used his 8th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation to launch a sneak attack on Ling Xiao. If he succeeded, then their Chen clan would be the biggest winner today. Moreover, they believed that Chenmo would succeed. The reason why Ling Xiao could kill a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was definitely because he used a sinister and cunning method like this. Their young master Chenmo would not be poisoned. These shameless fellows of the Chen clan would definitely not think that their actions were even more shameless. If they did not act so shamelessly, Ling Xiao would not have played such a trick. Boss, be careful. Ling Yin was the first to notice the danger. He immediately stood in front of Ling Xiao. This kid was completely subdued by Ling Xiao. Now, he was completely loyal to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not give him any drugs. For this kind of person, as long as you could convince him, he would be willing to follow you. Ling Yan's warning allowed Ling Xiao to see Chenmo. However, Chenmo had already launched his attack. He used the Chen clan's strongest technique, the suicide saber technique. Although this saber technique's name was not outstanding, it could be heard from its name. Once it was used, someone would die. This was a saber technique that could kill 1,000 enemies, but damage 800 oneself. Therefore, the Chen clan members usually did not use it. Once it was used, it would definitely be to kill. The terrifying saber energy rushed towards him. Ling Yin felt as if his body was about to be split open. Ling Yin, get out of the way. At this moment, he heard Ling Xiao's voice. Yes. Ling Yin did not hesitate. Because he remembered the scene of Ling Xiao killing Lord Lin's second subordinate in the Feather Mountain range. He should believe in Ling Xiao's ability. At the critical moment, he dodged. Die, kid. Chenmo roared. The saber energy was filled with a deadly aura. His eyes were actually bleeding. I haven't lived long enough. Why should I die? Ling Xiao sneered contemptuously. Shadow shift. He had already used this kind of trick when he was still in the martial vein realm. However, he had not used it in a long time because it was too boring. He wanted to use it today because he thought it would be more fun. Crack. The saber energy split open a person's body. Chenmo's face was filled with ecstasy. However, in the blink of an eye, this ecstasy turned into anger and fear. The person who was split open was not someone else, but a martial artist from the Chen clan. Ling Xiao had swapped places with that person at the critical moment. Chapter 2145. Chenmo, quickly retreat. Although he was extremely shocked that Ling Xiao could dodge Chenmo's attack, At this very moment, Chun Songhai was very clear that they had underestimated Ling Xiao. Absolutely could not let Chen Mo stay there. Retreat? Since you're here, don't retreat anymore. Ling Xiao's icy voice sounded out. A streak of resplendent starlight streaked across the pervading smoke. Chen Mo was still stunned there, not doing anything. But after a moment, his upper body started to move. Turns out that Ling Xiao's sword was too fast and already cut open his body. It was just that the wound only appeared now. Chen Mo was killed by Ling Xiao with just one sword. Falling Star Sword Art? Gold-grade low-tier sword technique? Practically everyone was stunned. Even though there were similar rumors before, saying that Ling Xiao defeated a jade-grade middle-tier martial technique with a gold-grade low-tier sword technique. But rumors were rumors after all. Those who had not seen it with their own eyes refused to believe that it was the truth even if beaten to death. But today, they saw it. Falling Star Sword Art, this kind of martial technique that could be bought at any random martial arts stall, was actually utilized by Ling Xiao to such a transcendent extent. How terrifying did this boy's talent have to be? How powerful was his control over his martial skills? A martial artist using a powerful martial technique to kill the enemy was not worthy of shock. Using the worst martial technique to defeat a martial artist stronger than oneself, this was a miracle. But such a miracle, Ling Xiao achieved it. Towards this scene, the most shocked was probably none other than Ling Yuhua. The reason why Ling Yuhua allied with Ling Xiao was purely because Ling Xiao knew alchemy. He was completely indifferent towards Ling Xiao's martial arts talent and whatnot, and did not have any expectations either. But he did not think that this little fellow's attainments in martial arts were actually so terrifying too, regretful beyond measure. If he had cared a little more for Ling Xiao in the past, today's matter would not have ended up like this. Perhaps those young juniors of the Ling family would not have to die either. The Ling family's martial artists were still just shocked. As for the Qin family's martial artists, besides being shocked, they were also extremely frightened and furious. Chen Mo, who was at the 8th Grotto Heaven Realm, had been killed by Ling Xiao with a single sword strike. What's more, his opponent was using such a trashy sword skill. "Brat, you're dead," Chun Songhai roared. He had already forgotten what it meant to look at the bigger picture. He had just told his son, Chen Long, to endure it. However, when Chen Mo was killed, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He had 3 sons. Although his eldest and second sons were both very talented, the one he doted on the most was his 3rd son, Chen Mo. Now that Chen Mo had been killed by Ling Xiao, he felt a heart-wrenching pain and fury. "I don't know if I'll die or not, but your Chen clan is dead for sure." Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out. "Originally, I had no intention of getting involved in the dispute between the two of you. Once I kill Chen Long and avenge my father, this matter will be over. But you actually dared to sneak attack me. Do you really think I'm a pushover who doesn't dare to kill?" Ling Yan, kill Chen Ran. "Yes, boss." Ling Yan was also almost cut in half by Chen Mo's saber just now. Previously, he was also almost killed at Yuhua Mountain Range. He had nowhere to vent his anger. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, he immediately attacked. With just one slash, Chen Ran, who was already lying on the ground, was killed. There was no room for resistance at all. "Ranner," Chun Songhai howled hysterically. "I see that you people don't seem to understand your current situation. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Today, in Yuhua Town, I, Ling Xiao, have the final say. Whatever I say is what it is. Whoever dares to oppose will have to die." Ling Xiao stood on the training field and swept his cold gaze across everyone. Domineering, arrogant, and cold. Ever since he had entered the samsara, he hadn't felt so carefree for a long time. During those days when he was aggrieved, he clearly saw the fickleness of human nature. Today, he was no longer aggrieved, nor would he be soft-hearted. "I am willing to serve Ling Jiaojiao as my master." Suddenly, in the Ling family, the eldest son, Ling Tianying, knelt on the ground and said loudly. Looking at Ling Tianying, Ling Zhao's gaze was still cold. How could he not know what these people were thinking? They just wanted to feign civility and wait for the antidote to recover their strength before dealing with him, Ling Xiao. However, these idiots didn't know that he, Ling Xiao, already had a backup plan. He wasn't an idiot who only cared about his head. Ling Yuhua is willing to hand over the position of clan leader and pass it to Ling Jiaojiao. Ling Yuhua finally spoke. This old man, who had always valued benefits, understood that this was the only way for the Ling family to rise again. Otherwise, with Ling Zhao's personality, he would never save the Ling family. Since Ling Yuhua knelt, how could the others not kneel? At this moment, the Ling family knelt in front of Ling Jiaojiao and announced that Ling Jiaojiao was their master. Distribute the antidote. Ling Xiao nodded at Ling Jiaojiao. The so-called antidote was made by him last night. He really couldn't do anything about the cultivation dissipation powder if it took too long. However, a day or two was nothing to him. Of course, this antidote wasn't just a simple antidote. Although it could help the Ling family get rid of the cultivation dissipation powder, it would also cause the Ling family to be poisoned by another type of poison. It was the life and death illusion powder that Ling Xiao made. After being poisoned, as long as a special incantation was used, the victim would suffer a fate worse than death. This was also the key to Ling Jiaojiao's future control of the Ling family. If Ling Jiaojiao was killed, then the poisoned people would all die. This poison was closely linked to Ling Jiaojiao's soul energy. However, the Ling family didn't know this. Although some people hesitated for a moment, they still took the antidote in the end. My strength is recovering. This really is the antidote. As the antidote entered his body, Ling Yuhua felt that the internal energy that was dissipated by the cultivation dissipation powder was quickly recovering. He couldn't help but get excited. As long as they recovered, the Chun family would be finished today. Chun Songhai, why aren't you pledging loyalty to Ling Jiaojiao? Do you want us all to die? The prefectural governor suddenly lowered his voice and said to Chen Songhai, how can you be so stupid? If you die now, you'll have nothing. But as long as you don't die, we can mobilize the mysterious snake demon sex branch in the 8 Immortals County and the 24 bandits to deal with the Ling family and Ling Xiao. That kid is dead for sure. After speaking, the prefectural governor actually knelt down and said to Ling Xiao, young hero Ling, this official admits defeat today. This official is willing to recognize you as my master. From now on, I will loyally assist you and help you achieve great things. You really know how to steer with the wind. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't have any intention of killing this prefectural governor. Keeping this guy alive was more useful than killing him. As long as he used the life and death illusion powder to control him, he would definitely be useful in the future. Keeping such a person alive was much more useful than keeping him alive. Give him the antidote, Ling Yin. Chapter 2146. Give the county governor the antidote, Ling Xiao said with a smile. But boss, if this guy recovers his strength, we won't be able to stop him, Ling Yin said with a frown. I believe that the county governor won't do anything rash, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. All right. Although Ling Yin did not know what Ling Xiao was thinking, he understood that Ling Xiao was not a child. He was a warrior who had reincarnated and must have thought of a way to control the county governor. That was why he took the antidote and gave it to the county governor. Of course, the elixir also contained the life and death illusion powder. If he could not completely control these guys, Ling Xiao did not dare to give them any antidote. Chun Songhai is willing to lead the Chen family to submit to young hero Ling. All the previous grudges will be written off. Seeing that the county governor had taken the antidote, Chun Songhai panicked and said loudly, Hee, didn't you just say that I'm dead meat? Ling Xiao looked at Chun Songhai mockingly. That was my ignorance. I hope that young hero Ling will forgive me. Chun Songhai smiled flatteringly, but his smile was clearly a little forced. Yes, Ling Xiao had killed so many members of the Qin family. How could he be loyal to Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao also knew about this. However, to be honest, Ling Xiao really could not bring himself to destroy the Qin family. After all, there were still many elderly, women, and children in the Qin family. Therefore, he had to control these people so that they would never have the chance to take revenge. Perhaps it was a good idea. Of course, if these people really wanted to rebel in the future, it would give him a chance to make up his mind. Ling Yin, give them the antidote, Ling Xiao said with a smile. This was a test, and it was also an excuse for Ling Xiao to be ruthless. If the Qin family wanted to harm him after taking the antidote, he would be sorry. When that happened, he would no longer have the slightest bit of sympathy. He would not show mercy to those who deserved to be killed. Ling Yin had no choice but to distribute the antidote to everyone in the Ling family. About 15 minutes later, everyone from the Chen clan and Ling clan had returned to their original state of cultivation. However, for the time being, no one had harmed Ling Xiao. Because no one was a fool, they knew the principle of shooting the bird that pokes its head out. Chunlong, today, the Chun and Ling families are all here. The county governor is also here. Kill yourself in front of everyone. You killed my father. I will not let you off. This is considered a more dignified death for you. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Chunlong. He might be able to forgive others, but he definitely could not forgive Chunlong. This person had to die. That's right. I did kill your father, but he deserved it. I asked him to hand over the seal of eternal life, and he actually dared to refuse. If I don't kill him, who should I kill? Today, Chunlong finally spoke the truth. It wasn't that Ling Tai was drunk and wanted to kill him, so he was killed instead. All of this was for the sake of the seal of immortality. You like the seal of immortality that much? Ling Xiao looked at Chunlong coldly. The seal of immortality is the treasure of the palace of immortality. I'm not the only one who likes it. I believe that no one in the Black Tortoise continent doesn't like it. Chunlong said, All right, I'll let you see what the real seal of immortality is like. Ling Xiao originally wanted Chunlong to kill himself, but he suddenly changed his mind. Chunlong killed his father because of the seal of immortality. He would use the seal of immortality to end Chunlong's life. He slowly walked towards Chunlong, his cold eyes revealing a strong killing intent. Qin clan, listen up. Today, I'll only kill Chunlong. However, if anyone wants to attack me, I don't mind destroying the entire Qin clan. Ling Xiao did not want to slaughter. However, if someone insisted on forcing him, then he would definitely not show any mercy. Kid, if my strength hadn't recovered, it might be easy for you to kill me. However, now that my cultivation has recovered, you still want to kill me? That's wishful thinking. Don't forget, I'm a 10th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Chunlong looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, You can go to hell with your useless father. After saying that, Chunlong fully released his 10th Grotto Heaven Realm aura. A long saber appeared in his hand. The terrifying saber aura seemed to be able to split the space directly. Behind him, the saber soul appeared. The long saber in his hand was even more powerful. The wind raged, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Ling Yin and Ling Jiaojiao stood there, looking at Ling Xiao nervously. They did not know what Ling Xiao was thinking, but the situation was too dangerous. Father, take this opportunity to tie Jiaojiao up. That Ling Xiao will definitely hold back. At this moment, Ling Tianying secretly said to Ling Yuhua. Just now, Ling Yuhua agreed to be loyal to Ling Jiaojiao for the antidote. However, now that his cultivation had recovered, how could he easily give up his position as the clan leader? However, this old fox did not dare to act rashly because he was worried that there would be other unforeseen circumstances. Let's wait first. I'm afraid that there might be a problem with the antidote. Ling Yuhua looked at Chunlong. He believed that if there was a problem with the antidote, it would show on Chunlong. On the other side, the Chen clan was also eager to try. Big brother, you only have this one son, Chunlong. If he dies, you'll really have no more descendants. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you taking action? Our cultivation bases have all been restored. The one who spoke was Chen Songhai's younger brother. Chen Songhai was also worried that there was a problem with the antidote like Ling Yuhua. Acting rashly might lead to trouble. However, he could not watch his only remaining son, Chunlong, be killed without doing anything. However, it seemed that Chunlong had the upper hand. The aura that Ling Xiao released was at most 6th Grotto Heaven Realm. It was impossible for him to defeat Chunlong, who was 10th Grotto Heaven Realm. At this moment, Chen Songhai was actually hoping that Chunlong could kill Ling Xiao. It was this moment of hesitation that caused him to lose the best chance to save his son's life. Ling Xiao took a step forward. Instantly, black flames rolled. His body turned into the primordial hell demon dragon. Although he did not completely turn into a dragon, he still looked ferocious and terrifying. At that moment, his aura became extremely powerful. Farewell, Chunlong, my enemy. Dharma characteristic seal, universe strike. Ling Xiao flipped his hands and formed a seal. Then, he blasted it out. At this moment, Chunlong's saber aura had already pierced through the air. However, it was useless. The saber aura was shattered by the universe strike like a piece of paper. Then, Chunlong's body was sent flying. It was as if he was hit by something. When he fell to the ground, he was already on the verge of death. Immortality seal. Although the immortality seal that Ling Xiao used was slightly different from the one that the county chief had seen, he was sure that it was the immortality seal. His voice rang in the Qin clan's courtyard. Everyone present was shocked. Ling Xiao had learned the immortality seal. The immortality seal was indeed in the Ling clan. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Qinlong. He said mockingly, "Are you surprised, Qinlong? Your guess is right. The immortality seal is in the Ling clan's martial arts hall. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.